with a pretzel and Stafford's wife. But it's there for you. It's one of the lead stories. And the last one I'll give you is Rick Pitino leads Iona to upset of number 10 Alabama. And again, the kids won the game. Iona's players beat Alabama's players. But Rick Pitino is a lightning rod. He is somebody that people will click. So we're used to clickbait, and we understand clickbait. But what we don't understand, I think, sometimes is that the known is what we are directed to. The arrows always point to the known. So if you want to know why people don't really care whether Cincinnati gets a chance at the national championship or not, because they want Alabama and Ohio State. They are the known. They are, Alabama and Ohio State. Well, of course. What time's that? I'm watching that. Cincinnati is somebody who elbowed their way in. And it's not a knock on Cincinnati or that they don't belong or that they don't deserve more respect. It's the way the world works. Stafford's wife skipping road games after pretzel incident. That's what we'll read. Matt Nagy addresses future with Bears after win. Second fight breaks out after Cowboys Raiders. These are the things, and they're right. The CBS Sports people are right. These are the stories that people will click. So that's their job, is to get more eyeballs on their site, where their advertising is and where they need people to pay attention to their stories. I didn't read the last one because it doesn't fit my agenda or my mode, but this is the simple one. Bills roll over depleted Saints on Thanksgiving. Well, that was expected. Bills roll over the Saints on Thanksgiving. Saints have a lot of injuries. There's no sizzle there. There's no buzz. There's no, what's that about? So that's the last one of the 6 things you could read about or you could click on right away. The last one is Bills roll over depleted Saints on Thanksgiving. Why? Because there's nothing there. There's no there. Bills were better. Bills were favored. Bills were a good team. Saints had injuries, quarterback problems, etc. Kamara was out. So not much there. We're blowing that out. And no mention of the score of the Bears game, but Matt Nagy addresses future with Bears. Oh, well, let's find out what's going on there. So that's the way we think, and it's important you understand that's how they're trying to sell us everything they sell us, based on what they think we care about. Today's college football, mentioned this in the first hour. Boise, San Diego State, just over a half hour from now on CBS. San Diego State is 21st. Iowa, Nebraska at 1:30 today. Cincinnati plays East Carolina. That matters. East Carolina's getting 14. East Carolina's at home, and Cincinnati is the 4th rated team in the country. Michigan is 5. Notre Dame is 6. So those 2 teams will be watching carefully. Missouri and Arkansas on CBS at 3:30. Arkansas is 25th rated. Utah plays Colorado. They're 19th rated. NC State, North Carolina State is 20th in the country. They're a 6-point favorite in that rivalry. That's a night game. And that pretty much wraps up your college football today. Tomorrow, Ohio State, Michigan is at noon. And that obviously is, the biggest game tomorrow. I think in terms of eyeballs, in terms of ratings, that will be the one. Georgia plays Georgia Tech. Number 8, Baylor plays Texas Tech. They're a 14-point favorite at home. Auburn is getting 20.5 from Alabama. CBS has that game. It's at Auburn, Iron Bowl, 3:30, over under 57. So Bama had some struggles last week, slipped down a little bit. It'll be
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
Purple and gold, they are not just colors. They represent a nation of people from all walks of life coming together as one, who are loyal to the code of what it means to be a pirate. A nation of pirates who have a chip on their shoulder, that show grit and determination in times of adversity, and showing a burning loyalty to their crew. Purple and gold are our colors, colors that brand us as pirates. Just as the colors were raised by the pirates that sailed our coast before us, it's our time to do the same, to signal a rallying cry to all pirates. No retreat, no surrender, no quarter. We are the pirates of ECU.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
Week 12 for the first time. We've been using that phrase a lot this year. For the first time since 2015, the final game of the regular season is a big one for the East Carolina Pirates. That year, Cincinnati was in Greenville. Today, Cincinnati is in Greenville to face the East Carolina Pirates. And boy, is it a big one for the Bearcats, who find themselves in, at the moment, for the college football playoff. A lot of pressure on Cincinnati today as they come in to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium for the 3:30 kickoff, national TV on ABC. We'll get you ready for that 3:30 kickoff in the next 4 hours here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Jeff Charles joins us inside the Pirate Radio studios for hour number one. We will talk about the games today and this weekend from a gambling perspective with the big man on campus, Jeff Nadu, coming up at 12:30. We'll hear from Pirate players during today's show, including linebacker Bruce Bivens, who's glad to see himself and his teammates finally going back to a bowl game for him, the first bowl game, and for all these players on the roster, the first bowl game in their careers. We'll talk to Stephen Igo live in the Pirate Radio studios coming up on today's program. You'll hear from ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick, defensive coordinator Blake Harrell, and the head coach of the Pirates, Mike Houston, coming up on this program as well. Double B Brian Bailey will join us live from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. We'll also hear from Brian North. He'll join us in hour number 4. Billy Weaver, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, will give his thoughts on this game as well. And we'll also go out live to the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. We'll have a live tailgate check-in. And, man, just rolling into the Pirate Radio studios today. A lot of activity at UBE, a lot of traffic. That is a good sign that there's going to be a good crowd at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium coming up for this big one at 3:30. We will take a time out, come back. Jeff Charles is live in the Pirate Radio studios. We'll pop the top on the regular season finale edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
They say time heals all wounds. Unless it's your home air conditioner. If your AC looks bad or sounds even worse, time is not on your side. But there is hope. Delcor is looking for the oldest working home AC system in Eastern North Carolina. The winner will get a brand new trade unit valued at over $5,000. Go to DelcorInc.com by December 15th to submit your entry. Brought to you by Delcor, the service professionals and train. It's hard to stop a train.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 for 0.9% for 72 months, plus $500 off. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
Pirate Radio.
It's going to change. I promise you. As I stand here, it will change. Okay, and when it does, that stadium, it's going to be rocking, and heaven help whoever walks in there to play us.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, a Friday edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on tap. We will be with you until the 3:30 kickoff. Hopefully you're headed to Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. We're there right now listening to us while you tailgate. Hoping for a big crowd today as the Pirates take on Cincinnati. Hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt here. How we doing?
Stuffed.
Fat and happy?
Oh, yeah.
I am fat and happy and fired up and ready to go.
All right. I like that, Shirley. I have a lot of random phrases to drop into today's show.
Nice.
Thanks to Twitter. So if you hear me say something even more weirder than normal, that is the reason for that. So we'll go ahead and get started with the voice Jeff Charles live in studio, and voice a big one today at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, and a lot of traffic. Hope you found a parking spot because people are excited about this one.
They really are, Clip, and this is a good omen. As I pulled up to the Pirate Radio Studios, which is right behind UBE, there was a parking spot right here at the front door, and it was the only parking spot in the entire lot. So I'm thinking, well, maybe this is our day today, Clip, and we'll find out. But this is a big challenge for the Pirates, as we all know. The Cincinnati team is the real deal, both offensively, defensively, special teams. I mean, they really have it all. I was looking at them this week and trying to figure out if there's a chink in the armor somewhere, and it's really tough to find one because offensively they're averaging 40 points per game. That's 8th best in the country, only giving up 16 points per game. That's 6th best in the country. So they're really good on both sides of the ball, and they've got a bunch of NFL draft picks on both sides of the ball too, Clip, especially on that defensive side. So Pirates have their work cut out for them, but being around the players and the coaches this week, it is a very confident East Carolina team. I mean, these guys believe they can go out there and win the football game today, and I do too. I think they can go out and win this game today.
Jeff, you got your parking spot, the reserve for Jeff Charles parking spot. That's
not
a good
really
thing. We got the Cucinellas, the Pirates undefeated when Cucinellas has the pregame spread and hooked us up. I got some Italian sausage pizza. Chandler requested some buffalo chicken pizza.
Oh, so good.
Shirley Rhodes going with the cheese.
I've already got some on my shirt.
I got the buffalo
Oh,
chicken
you went with
pizza.
buffalo.
Oh, it's so good.
Cucinellas hooking us up with some awesome food today. Check them out for your game day. If not today, Saturday, Sunday. Great time for some pizza. You don't want to cook more and have to clean dishes. So Cucinellas is the call for this football weekend. Jeff, the Cincinnati team has a lot of pressure on them right now. So, you know, how much of a factor is that heading into today's game where East Carolina has their 7 wins? They're playing loose. They're having fun. And Cincinnati is thinking about the big picture here as they enter today's game?
Well, I think it's a big deal, Clip. I really do. And I think it could be an even bigger deal if the Pirates can hang around. Now, Cincinnati jumps on teams early, and the Pirates have to be able to avoid that knockout punch in the first quarter of the game, because that's what happened to SMU last week. They just jumped all over SMU and blew them out of the ballpark. And that's what they like to do. They take some deep shots early in games. They like to get up on teams and then turn their game over to their defense. So the Pirates are going to have to be ready for that. But I was talking off the air with Coach Houston yesterday, and I said, hey, Coach, if you can get this thing into the fourth quarter and say it's 17-17, what do you think? He says, I'll take it every day. So that's what the Pirates are going to try and do. Both these teams finish really well in the fourth quarter, Clip. I mean, East Carolina has been really good in the fourth quarter, but Cincinnati has also been really good in the fourth quarter. But we see it all the time in sports. I think sometimes we talk about it more in basketball than we do in football, that if the underdog team can just hang around and continue to play well, then some doubt starts seeping in with the team that is favored to win that game. And that's what I'm hoping the Pirates can do today. They don't really even have to have the lead, say, at halftime. They don't have to be up by a touchdown at halftime. But if they're right there in the game, this team has done a really good job, and I think Coach Houston and his staff, they do a really good job with halftime adjustments. So I'm just hoping that, it's a competitive game in the first half. The Pirates are in it. They start the third quarter, and they have a good third quarter and can get the thing into the fourth quarter with it up in the air. And I think the Pirates will have a chance today.
So basically you're saying this one could be like every other game outside of App State and Temple, Jeff, because how many times has it been the fourth quarter and the game's been tied or one possession? I mean, just about every game has been that way this year for East Carolina. I don't remember a year, well, especially recently, obviously, but I don't remember a year where every game was kind of hanging in the balance late in the fourth quarter.
Well, I'll tell you what, Coach Houston's probably aged about 10 years in the last 3 months. I would think he and his coaching staff, all the guys have, because the games have just been so very, very close. And you're going to win some of those games, and you're going to lose some of those games, and that's what we've seen this year with this Pirate football team. But they have been so resilient, win or lose. They've been able to put things together here late in the season, and boy, how much fun has it been, this 4-game win streak that ECU has had. Now, the naysayers will say, well, they've not won against a bunch of good teams. Memphis, of course, probably the best of the 4 that they have defeated, but still, it's a 4-game win streak, and we've seen this team execute so well offensively and defensively. And I don't care if Navy's down and they're having a bad year, which they are this year. It is just so difficult to beat those guys, even when they're down. And the Pirates were able to go up there and win the game, as we all know, last week. And Holton Aayers, I think Holton maybe had the best game he's ever had as a Pirate. He was just terrific last week in that game, and he's going to have to bring his A game today. If you're just a kind of a non-committal sports fan and you look at this game today, Clip, you see the matchup of what I think are the 2 best quarterbacks in the league. Desmond Ritter is at a tremendous year for Cincinnati. He's on a lot of Heisman Trophy watch lists. And, of course, Holton Aayers, especially here, the second half of the season, has been terrific. So the quarterback matchup today is really, really good. Desmond Ritter versus Holton Aayers, and that's one of the storylines, I think, going into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Navy and how pesky they are, just ask Cincinnati, right? I mean, Cincinnati only beat them by 7 points this year. And to the quarterback play, Holton, and we've talked to him about these late game situations and how cool they are in the fourth quarter on fourth down and making a play, and they had a lot of those scenarios last week on the road at Navy. But Holton says, he doesn't really think about that at the time, but that experience of being in that situation, Jeff, as you said, they win some of these close ones in the fourth, they've lost some of these as well, but just being there so many times now has them prepared. And I tell you, when Holton's hitting Snead on a fourth down for a touchdown in the fourth quarter, when Holton's throwing to C.J. Johnson for a 2-point conversion, they look like it might as well be the first quarter out there. They're so calm, and they just never, I don't know, it seems like the moment's never too big for these guys.
I agree with you, Clip, and you have to understand now, this is a veteran football team. I mean, Holton is in his 37th start today, so he's been around the block a couple of times, and there's really not a whole lot he has not seen at this point. And he and Tyler especially just seem to have this sixth sense. And Tyler Snead, I know we talk about him, maybe we don't talk about him enough, though, Clip. I mean, the guy is having a tremendous year. He has 61 catches going into this game, a 12.5-yard average per catch, 4 touchdowns, a long catch of 53. And he continues to sneak up the list as far as the all-time receiving list is concerned with the Pirates. He has 195 catches now in his career, which is 4th best in the history of the program. And he's just so elusive. He runs such good routes. He just knows how to get open. It's amazing to me. I wish I could just watch Tyler sometimes instead of watching the entire game, just to watch to see how he gets open. And that's what he does so well. And Holton usually is there to find him. And then, of course, CJ has come on here during this 4-game win streak. Omotosho had 7 catches last week against Navy. So they're clicking on all cylinders. And then, of course, today in this matchup, you have the number 1 running back in the league, yardage-wise, in Keaton Mitchell against the number 2 running back in the conference in Jerome Ford for Cincinnati. So that's another great matchup of the running backs today. So, a lot of storylines going into this one. Of course, Cincinnati, I still say they're the talk of college football this year. Everybody knew they were going to be good, but did anybody really expect them going into this last week of the season to be number 4 in the college football playoff rankings? Probably not. And here they are, just winning week after week. And so what's good for ECU in this game, Clip, as you well know, it's on ABC, it's on national television, all the talk show pundits, all the writers, they're all talking about this game. So ECU's back on the map now as far as awareness is concerned. And what a great opportunity it is now for Coach Houston and this football team today.
Jeff Charles joining us, hour 1 here inside the Pirate Radio studios. You mentioned Snead. I brought this up with him when we talked to him on Monday, Jeff. It's crazy to think about, but remember that 2018 finale against NC State, and Scotty Montgomery had just been fired. David Blackwell takes over as interim coach, and the conversation that week was, do you play this Tyler Snead guy, or do you sit him so he can keep his redshirt status? He can be a freshman the following year. They made the decision, and Tyler, his family, the coaching staff, to not play him in that game. Now he's been a part of ECU football for 4 seasons now, but he's still got 2 years of eligibility left, and years to just keep racking up catches and be an even better wide receiver than he already is. Now, we don't know if any of these guys are going to finish out their careers, especially these days, but he has an opportunity, Jeff, to play today, play in the bowl game, and go into next year as a junior, right? So,
yeah, exactly.
It's crazy.
It really is, and I heard that interview clip that you had with Tyler regarding that, and that was a tough decision to make for him because he's from Raleigh and he's playing against NC State in his hometown, and he really wanted to play in that game, but you have to look at the big picture. So he made the right decision. He got that extra year of eligibility, and he's been terrific. He's a great kid, as you know. We have the opportunity to talk with him almost on a weekly basis, and he has his family and all his friends come over from Raleigh. I'm sure he'll have a big contingent here for the game today, and he's been a real credit to East Carolina football, like all of these guys have, and we have a chance to visit with them on a weekly basis. And Clip, I don't think there's a bad apple in the bunch. I mean, Coach Houston has really brought in good character guys, and that's what's so refreshing too, that when you sit down and talk with these guys, football means something to them. Putting on that East Carolina Pirate uniform means something to them, and they're here to get an education. They're here to play football, and he really has a great group of guys in here right now.
Jeff Charles joining us inside the Pirate Radio studios. Hour number 1. We'll be with you until 3:30 as the Bearcats and Pirates go at it, and talking about Tyler Snead and this East Carolina offense right now. Let's look at Cincinnati real quick, Jeff, because you brought up Desmond Ritter. We got to see him early on in his career, and a very dangerous runner who could hurt you with his arms at times. He has really perfected the passing game, because that's something that's going to make him attractive to professional teams in the NFL. And he is looked at, as we were looking at it the other day, a potential first-round draft pick in the NFL draft. And honestly, Jeff, I didn't know, and this is what you get for judging a guy early on in his career, but I didn't know if he'd ever be a good enough thrower, a good enough passer to be regarded as that, but he certainly worked on that part of his game. He's always had the ability to beat you with his legs, and now it's even more scary that he can beat you with his arm, legs, and now his experience, everything. He's the total package back there.
Yeah, he really is, Clip. And, he was not highly recruited coming out of high school. He was a 2-star recruit coming out of Louisville, and really didn't have a whole lot of offers, wasn't recruited heavily, and he's really developed once he got to Cincinnati, and he's a big kid. We talk about Holton Aayers being a big kid. Holton's maybe just a little thicker, but Desmond Ritter, 6'4", 215 pounds. He can do it all like Holton can. He can run the football. He can throw it. His percentage is really good going into the game today. He's at 67%. His touchdown to interception ratio is excellent. 25 touchdowns, only 6 picks so far this year. And then, of course, he's run the football so well. He's run for 335 yards. And that's what does scare you about this game. I can remember in past matchups when he's pulled the ball down, and especially the last time the Pirates played Cincinnati, that was the blowout, of course, last year. It just seemed like when he pulled the ball down, he would take off, and there was like 20 or 30 yards of green grass in front of him, and he was ripping off big runs. Well, the Pirates can't allow that to happen today, and I think they'll have a spy on him constantly today. They just can't allow him to hurt them with his legs like he has done in past games.
Jeff Charles joining us, talking East Carolina and Cincinnati. And Jeff just got a text. Let me make sure this is accurate news, but some news about potentially Skip Holtz being out at Louisiana Tech. And looks like
it has been confirmed.
Yeah, he will not return.
Is
for
that
the
right?
2022 season.
Wow, that's shocking to me. I had not heard a thing about that, and of course they had a down year this year, Clip.
Yeah.
But look at the resume that he's put together at Louisiana Tech, all of those winning seasons and bowl games, and wow, I'm shocked to hear that news this morning.
Yeah, Skip Holtz out at Louisiana Tech, so they will go in a different direction with their head football coach. Let's take a time out. We will come back and have more for you with the voice Jeff Charles. We'll continue to break this one down, East Carolina and Cincinnati on ABC. And if you can get to the game, get over there, because it looks like it's going to be a fun and rowdy environment in Dowdy-Ficklen Stadium this afternoon. A lot more to go. We're back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We're back after this.
Well, the secret is out. CD's Grill has the best breakfast in Greenville. Start your day with a made-to-order breakfast Monday through Saturday at CD's Grill. Plus, you can enjoy lunch Monday through Friday. And their lunch specials are always a huge hit. Monday, it's barbecue chicken. Tuesday, pork tenderloin and gravy. Wednesday, chicken and pastry. Thursday, barbecue pork chops. And Friday, it's spaghetti. CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road in Winterville, near Evans Street. Stop by CD's Grill for the best country cooking around.
This is a public notice only at Discount Mattress and Furniture, 1501 Evans Street in Greenville. Every single item must be sold at pennies on the dollar, up to 75% off mattresses, furniture, wall to wall. Only at Discount Mattress and Furniture. All wood chest, $99. Computer desk, $99. Nightstands, $49. Dinette sets, table and 4 chairs, $199. Chairs, end tables, coffee tables, $20. Hurry, when it's gone, it's gone. Winning is not everything, it's the only thing.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, this is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now's the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage at historically low rates. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holton Aayers, and I couldn't do my job without my offensive line keeping me safe. Make sure your employees are safe by using ArcPoint Labs for your medical testing needs. From pre-employment testing to COVID test, ArcPoint Labs is there to serve Eastern North Carolina with accurate, reliable, confidential testing. Schedule an appointment at any of their 6 Eastern North Carolina locations or visiting them online at arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients. Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road across from Plant and Sea, Cuccinellas.com, and on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube, search for Pirate Radio TV, and subscribe. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. Go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right, we are dining on some post-Thanksgiving pizza today inside the Pirate Radio studios, and awesome pizza at that, thanks to Cuccinella's. And got some Italian sausage pizza, some buffalo chicken, some cheese as well. So some great stuff from Cuccinella's. Make sure you give them a call for your food this football weekend, and a lot of football and basketball to watch, Jeff Charles. Nothing like some basketball in the Bahamas at 11 a.m. on a Friday, right?
I tell you what, there are so many of these tournaments going on, Clip. It's just tough to keep up with all of these games, and it just seems like they're on nonstop 24 hours a day on television and all these channels. But this is basketball season, and the Pirates do play tomorrow. They moved the game time up. I think we've done a pretty good job getting the word out about that. But if you have not heard, on your original schedule, the ECU Coppin State game was a 4 o'clock tip-off. It has been moved up now. The game will be at 1 o'clock tomorrow at Williams Arena, Minges Coliseum. So we'll see if the Pirates can get back on the right track. They were 1-2 in Myrtle Beach, and they played 3 games down there, had a good effort against Davidson, came up a little bit short in the game on Sunday. Now they have Coppin State coming in here, where Juan Dixon, I think basketball fans in this neck of the woods, Clip, remember Juan Dixon from his great career at Maryland. He played 7 years in the NBA. He is the head basketball coach at Coppin. And a lot of these MEAC schools, Clip, they have to go on the road in November and play a lot of road games for money. And that's what Coppin has done. Their schedule has been brutal, to say the least. They've only had 1 home game in their first 10 games this year. And they've only won 1 game, and that was their home victory over Loyola of Maryland. But they have played 9 opponents on the road, 9 out of the first 10 on the road. They've been traveling all this week. So we'll see what they have for the Pirates coming up on Saturday. And ECU's got some winnable games now at home, Clip. As you know, a good homestand coming up for the Pirates before they head to Charlotte to play Liberty before Christmas. So hopefully Joe Dooley's team can make some hay and get another victory tomorrow. I hope to see a lot of Pirate fans with this special ticket offer that the athletics department has offered here in the last week or so. Hopefully a lot of those people will stay over for the basketball game tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I love the rematch coming up Tuesday night with Old Dominion. A little bad blood on the court when they met in Myrtle Beach, so that should be a fun one on Tuesday. And looking forward to seeing former ECU assistant Tim Kraft in town coming up soon too, Jeff. His Gardner-Webb Bulldogs coming here to Minges. Right now on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck, you've got North Texas leading Miami 40-28, and Baylor is up 2 on Michigan State at the half, 38-36. Coming up later today, Dayton taking on Kansas, 1:30 on ESPN. Syracuse Auburn at 4:30. So some basketball to mix into your football day. The big one coming up tonight, 6-0 Duke versus 6-0 Gonzaga. That's 10:30 on ESPN. We got a lot of college football to keep an eye on too, and I guess this is accurate, Jeff. We'll find out in 1 minute. The schedule says that Boise State and San Diego State are about to play on CBS at noon Eastern time in San Diego, which of course would be 9 a.m. local time out there. And you've always said, Jeff, the TV tells you what to do and you just go do it. That's a weird one, though. San Diego State kicking off at noon here, 9 a.m. local time.
Yeah, it does surprise you, Clip, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised about anything in sports anymore. But just think, they always talk about the pregame meal being 4 hours before kickoff. So what? San Diego State had their pregame meal at 5 a.m. this morning. They got the guys up at 4:15 or so and had pregame at 5 and then headed out to the stadium for a 9 o'clock game. If that is accurate, I know it seems like it's not, but if it is accurate, and we will check it out, San Diego State and Boise State playing at 9 o'clock, kicking that game off Pacific time at 9 o'clock. And then you just talked about you put the shoe on the other foot, late time Clip, and that Gonzaga and Duke game is going to be, of course, 10:30 Eastern time, but still, that's late. I remember years and years ago, Bob Knight was the head coach at Indiana, and TV was really starting to get involved in scheduling that games,
big Monday
tip-off times, and he. Of course, that was all new territory back then, and he would say, we're playing a game in Minnesota that's tipping off at 9:07 or whatever, and then they expect these kids to get back into Bloomington, Indiana, and go to an 8 a.m. class the next morning. He said that's ridiculous, which it is. But I can remember when there was a lot more of a cry about that, and a lot of more people upset about it than there is today, because today we just kind of sit here and say, well, game starting at 9 o'clock in the morning or game starting at 10:30 at night, and it's all dictated by television, as we know.
Yeah, and I will say, as a kid, when I first got cable, having that Big East, and I think it was Big East, Big 12, Big 8 at the time on Mondays, Big Monday, Super Tuesday, I loved it. Wasn't really thinking about Bob Knight and his students then, but now you look at it, Jeff, it is a little wild, and sure enough, here we go. We'll see how groggy these kids are when they come out for this 9 a.m. local time kickoff.
Well, Steve Logan used to say, you hang around long enough, you'll see a little bit of everything. And I think that's what we're seeing today in sports. Some of these things that we see on a daily basis is incredible. When about a week ago, Michigan State talks about Mel Tucker and offering him $95 million for the Michigan State coach, a 10-year deal, which is $9.5 million a year. And I was hearing the gentleman on CBS Sports this morning talking about that, and he mentioned, well, it's all about television money. Well, it really isn't in that case at Michigan State. Michigan State has two very, very wealthy alums, and I read this. A friend of mine in Michigan sent me the story out of the Free Press, the Detroit Free Press, and there are two very, very wealthy Michigan State alums, and they're young guys. They're in their 40s. And one of the guys just walked into the athletic department and handed the athletic director a check from his personal checking account for $32 million. He said, here's $32 million, give it to Mel Tucker. So that's where this money is coming from at Michigan State. And there's another very wealthy alum who I don't know how much he kicked into the pot. Probably not that much, but it's just things that come up daily in this business that you just shake your head and you say to yourself, this is insanity. But that's kind of where we are with everything, Clip. As you know, you cover it on a daily basis. You see it too. And I guess that's what makes our jobs interesting, because you just don't know what's around the corner.
That is true. Jeff Charles joining us inside the Pirate Radio studios as we get ready for the Pirates and the Bearcats today. And Jeff, you said if you stick around long enough, you'll see it all. And one thing you see, especially in the American, we talk about this with you quite a bit, is nobody stays at the top, nobody stays at the bottom. And then we see East Carolina on the rise right now. I'm looking over Cincinnati past records, and Jeff, you've seen them in Conference USA and in the American, have a 4-win season in 2005, 4 wins in 10, 4 wins in 16, 17. So it is tough for these teams to get good and stay good, and a lot of that is because of the coaching turnover. You look at their coaches, Jeff, Mark D'Antonio, Brian Kelly, Butch Jones, Tommy Tuberville. Now, he went out losing, but those other guys found other opportunities, other jobs, and now that's why they're worried about Luke Fickell there in Cincinnati, because you lose a coach like that. Temple's seeing it right now. It's just tough to keep up that level of success. And when Luke Fickell first got there, 4-8 season, got blown out by the Pirates, Jeff, as you remember. So it's they're on the upswing right now. Sure doesn't mean Cincinnati's going to be up there forever.
No, that's exactly right. And we've seen the ebbs and flows right here in our own backyard with East Carolina Pirate football. The Pirates were really good for a number of years, and then the program dipped, and now it's been down. As we all know, this is the first winning season the Pirates have had since 2014. So, that's what happens in sports. I mean, it happens in professional sports as well. I mean, the New York Yankees, you always think of them as the standard bearer, but they have their bad seasons too. They go up and down like everybody else. So it's just what happens in sports, and that's why if you're a fan of a team, sometimes you have to weather the storm when your team is down, because at some point, most likely, they will come back and start winning again. And that's what we've seen with East Carolina Pirate football, because we all know the infrastructure is here for ECU to be good in football. And we can get into why the program went down, and we don't have until midnight to talk about it here, Clip. But, it's been well chronicled, the things that have happened here. So now, hopefully, all of that is in the past. I feel really good now about the ECU administration, starting at the very top and going right on down through the athletics department and the coaching staff. And right now, the Pirates finally, after years of being in turmoil, have everybody in the same boat, rowing in the same direction. And we're seeing what's happened here with this football program turning around this year.
Jeff, let's get to the Orthopedics East injury report for today's game, brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, orthoeast.com online. And Jeff, what are we looking like today? We've talked about it all year, especially when you enter the final game of the regular season. A lot of bumps, a lot of bruises, but how about injury-wise for the Pirates? How are they shaping up for today's game?
Clip, they're really in pretty good shape. Of course, the two right tackles who have been out from the very beginning, Bailey Malovic, and then about halfway through the season, Rob Vanderland, neither one will play today. I'm not sure about Juwan Powell. He's been banged up as well, and he's a backup strong safety. But a lot of guys who were banged up 2 or 3 weeks ago seem to have recovered pretty well. Bruce Bivens had that turf toe. He's back, and I asked Bruce about that this week, and he told me that he's feeling good. He's 100%. The offensive line, as we all know, Clip, has been banged up. Avery Jones has had that bad ankle, but he told me this week that he's feeling better. So I really think they are about as healthy as you could expect a football team to be going into this 12th game of the season. And thank goodness, with the exception of Bailey Malovic, who really had the season-ending injury, Pirates have not had a whole lot of guys go down like for a season-ending injury. They've stayed relatively healthy this year, with the exception of guys missing a game or two here and there, and that's just going to happen in the game of football.
And I think Josiah Hatfield made his return last week, and I believe I was listening to your broadcast, saw him in on special teams. I don't know if he caught a pass for the Pirates last week. Okay, so he's back. So offense, and you mentioned that offensive line, but I'm still fascinated, Jeff, knock on wood, that Harris and Mitchell have been able to stay healthy and productive all year long, because they've got a lot of work this year. And again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Kudos to this coaching staff for splitting those carries, splitting those touches, and keeping those guys fresh.
Yeah, that's been a big key to this success here of late. And Keaton comes in with 1,077 yards, Clip. He went over 1,000 last week. It was so good to see him get that at Navy. He's number one in the AAC in rushing. He still has that insane per carry average of 6.9 yards per carry, which is fourth best in the country. So he's having a terrific year. And then Raji's having a real solid year too. If Raji has a nice game here today, he can eclipse what he did last year. He ran for 624 yards last year. This this year. He's at 557. So if he has a good day today, he'll surpass what he did last year. And they're just a great 1-2 punch. And the great thing about it is they're freshmen, and hopefully we're going to see those guys around here for another 3 years after this year. And the Pirates should be in good shape in the running back position. They'd like to get McKay in there to get some carries because he's a very promising young running back in this program too. But the Mitchell and Harris combination has been so good, they really haven't been able to get McKay in very much.
You rattle off those numbers, Jeff. You got a 1,000-yard rusher. Rajay's going to get to 600. Holton has had a good year running the football, especially the second half of the season. And Mike Houston came in just like the previous coach and every coach and says, we want to run the football. We want to be physical, run the football. And after a while, you start to kind of say, all right, well, let's do it. Let's see it. Well, we're seeing it. And it's almost shocking when you reel off those numbers, when you look at how bad East Carolina's been running the football in years past. But, man, they talk about running the football, and they've gone out there and done it this year, Jeff.
Well, there's an identity now clipped to the football program. Yeah. And before the 3 years previous, we really didn't know what East Carolina Pirate football was about. Right. But Mike Houston came in. He said, look, here's what we're going to do with the program. In fact, Mike told me that he told the selection committee at the time and the folks who were making the decision on the next head football coach here when Coach Montgomery was let go that this is who I am and this is what I do. And if you want me to come in and be this type of coach for your program, I'm all in. But if that's not what you want, I'm not going to change because that's the type of coach I am and that's what I do with my football program. So he was very honest with them from the get-go. The very first time they met, he was like, here's what I do. It's a physical brand of football. We run the football. We play good defense. We're not going to be the sexiest offense you've ever seen with the Lincoln Riley spread and all that kind of thing that maybe you've had in the past, but that's really not my philosophy. And a lot of folks down through the years, Clip, I know you have heard this as well as a lot of our fans have heard this. East Carolina can't be that kind of team and be successful because you can't get offensive linemen who are that good who can establish a running game. Well, they're proving now that that's not true because they've been able to run the football with his team. And this offensive line, I don't think they have any NFL guys up there, but they've got a bunch of overachievers, a bunch of guys who play really, really hard. And Fernando Fry, for instance, he's in his 32nd start today, Clip, so he's played so much up there. And Sean
a few
Bailey,
different positions, too, right?
Yeah, he's been moved around from guard to center, and Sean Bailey's in his 24th start. Those are the veterans up front, and they've kind of carried some of the younger guys. And so they have been able to make their living running the football. That's what they're going to have to do today, Clip, against this Cincinnati defense, which is really good. I mean, up front in the trenches, they've probably got, if not one, at least maybe as many as 3 NFL draft picks up front of that defensive line. And Sanders, Jahmai Sanders, he's maybe a first round or a second round pick, and the other 2 guys up there are really, really good too. So it's going to be a battle in the trenches today.
Yeah, toughest test for the Pirates running the football of 2021 comes today against the Cincinnati Bearcats. Let's take a timeout, final break of hour number 1. We'll wrap it up with Jeff Charles, get his final thoughts on East Carolina, Cincinnati. How many points do the Pirates need today to be victorious against the Bearcats? We'll do that when we return. Hour 1 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate rolls on after this.
Hey Pirates, this is Holton Aayers. A big part of my success on the field is what I eat at home. To keep my body filled up, I order meals off a Clean Eats meal plan. I choose the meals I want from 6 different meals offered each week, and I pick them up on Sunday or Monday at the cafe on Red Banks Road. Each meal is packed with the perfect mix of healthy proteins, carbs, and veggies to keep my engine running at full speed. Go to cleaneats.com, click on meal plans, or stop by the cafe and get all the info. Clean Eats and the Pirates, a winning combination.
In studio with Gloria from Kinetic Physical Therapy. Gloria, what is cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is when your body is exposed to extremely cold but therapeutic temperatures for several minutes. It has many benefits, including decreased pain, decreased inflammation, increased energy, and improved overall wellness. That's why at Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we offer a wide variety of services, including cryotherapy. So whether you're an athlete or whether you just want to give your health a boost, cryotherapy will help to ensure that you're feeling great and living well. So come chill with us and you'll be back for more.
Have you been waiting to try CBD? ENS Hemp on Fire Tower Road in Greenville is the area leader in CBD. We want to educate you on how our products work with your endocannabinoid system. These products are all natural and non-addictive. ENS offers a variety of products to meet your needs. Tinctures, edibles, topicals, and even smokable items. Customer feedback indicates relief from stress, anxiety, fatigue, pain, and PTSD, just to name a few. ENS Hemp is located on Fire Tower Road. Also, check us out on our Instagram and Facebook pages.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Hello, this is Michael McGraw from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center of Greenville. We offer a variety of services including arthroscopic surgery, sports medicine, carpal tunnel and general orthopedics, fracture care, total joint replacement, physical therapy, and on-site MRIs. For experienced professional medical care, visit our office on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online at orthoeast.com. Orthopedics East providing services to ECU and Pitt County Athletics for over 35 years. Go Pirates!
Come pop a top this ECU football season at Jarvis Street Bottle Shop. Jarvis Street Bottle Shop is a specialty shop selling craft, domestic, and import brews, along with wine and growlers. Hosting a tailgate? Stop by the shop and grab a keg for your party or event. The Bottle Shop offers monthly beer and wine tastings featuring rotating NC craft breweries, along with live music and discounts. Stop by the shop Tuesday through Sunday or check them out on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, we got several football games that are already underway. Boise State and San Diego State. Texas has an early 7-0 lead over Kansas State in the first quarter. Eastern Michigan and Central Michigan have kicked off, and Bowling Green has a 3-0 lead over Ohio. And coming up at 1 o'clock, it'll be Utah State and New Mexico. Number 16, Iowa, will be on the road at Nebraska at 1:30. And then coming up at 3:30, several other games going on. Number 25, Arkansas will host Missouri. South Florida is at UCF. South Alabama will host Coastal Carolina. And then number 19, Utah will host Colorado coming up at 4 o'clock. And that is a look at your Buck Scoreboard brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall as your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. You can follow the Buck on Instagram and Facebook for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck.
The Buck.
Thank you, Chandler. Thank you, Shirley. A lot of scores to keep you up to date with today with hoops and football going on. Let me knock out one of these random phrases real quick. This coming from Bryce in L.A., our buddy. We'll probably hear from him on the fifth quarter.
I'm sure we will.
He says, the Golden Wizard fries bologna at noon because he's scared of spiders. So, don't know what that means. But thank you to Bryce for that one. I got a lot of weird stuff to say. I'm not going to do it in front of Jeff. He's too much of a professional. So we'll get immature when Jeff leaves.
I listened on the way home to the postgame show. It's very interesting. I'll put it that way, Clip.
we got to get you in for one of those, Jeff.
I don't think so.
All right, worth a shot. Jeff, I got to tell you, the closer we get to kickoff of this thing, if you'd have told me, in fact, on the postgame show, we had people calling in after the wins over USF and Temple and saying, and we're going to beat Cincinnati. And I was like, all right, relax, hold on, calm down. And now I'm like, okay, maybe you're on to something. The Pirates have risen their level. Cincinnati has shown that they are human. They've been in some close games. So I've changed my tune on that a little bit, Jeff, but we want the Pirates to be in this game, stay in this game. How about win this game? How many points do they need today? What kind of game do we need to see out there for East Carolina to win this football game?
Well, again, I think the start of the game is going to be critical, Clip, because Cincinnati really jumps on people early in football games. So you've got to be able to dodge a big punch that they are going to throw at you early on, and you just can't miss assignments. In so many games they've played this year, when they've jumped out on top of people, there have been a lot of missed assignments on defense, and they've hit teams for big plays, home run plays, and gotten teams down, and then it's kind of like a snowball going downhill because they turn that game over to their defense, which is so very difficult to move the ball against. So the Pirates are going to have to be really sound defensively. They can't allow Desmond Ritter to get on a roll, throwing the ball and running the football. If they are able to do that with their defense, and I know they're going to disguise a lot of things defensively, and they're going to throw some different wrinkles, I think, at Cincinnati today. If the defense can hang in there and give this offense a chance to move the ball and get the running game going, I think the Pirates will have a chance. There's this old saying in sports that the underdog coming into a game has a puncher's chance, and that's usually used for boxing, in which the one guy is a big favorite, but the other guy does have that one punch that he can knock you out in.
Yeah.
Kind of like
Buster
back in the
Douglas?
day. Yeah, Buster Douglas, or even before that, there was a guy named Ernie Shaver that people may remember. He was the guy, they called him Acorn. He had the bald head, and he wasn't a great fighter, but he had that one punch, and so everybody was afraid that he could land that big one, and I think that's where the Pirates are today. They've got a puncher's chance, I think, in this game today, Clip, but they're going to have to play really, really well because Cincinnati is a very good football team with a lot of NFL draft picks out there on the field today, and special teams also is going to be a big key in this one. If it comes down to Owen Daffer versus the Cincinnati Kickers, and they have not had a good, reliable kicker this year. They have used 3 different guys to kick field goals this year, so they've not been able to really focus in on one guy. They don't have an Owen Daffer going into this game, so if it comes down to that, we know what Owen can do. So I think the Pirates do have an advantage there, but their special teams is going to be a big factor. They have a really good return guy in Trey Tucker. He's broken one for 91 yards this year. He's a threat. He's a home run hitter. They've got to kick the ball away from him.
That's a concern after I think Houston took one back on us, and then, of course, last week with Navy, and now you kind of start to worry when you kick the ball off.
Well, you do, and you got to stay in your lanes. That's what the coaches always talk about, staying in your lanes, knowing your assignment, and not let that happen, because this guy, in fact, it was a 99-yard return from Trey Tucker. He's averaging 26 yards per return on kickoff, so he's the real deal, and I know the Pirate coaching staff is concerned about that. They've got some burners on this team. We think of Cincinnati kind of being a big Midwest team, which they are, but they've got a lot of speed out there as well, Clip. And one thing we haven't talked about is the tight end play from Cincinnati. These tight ends, and they always seem to have big, strong tight ends. And that's the case again this year. The starter, Josh Wiley, ECU coaches tell me he's an NFL player. He's 6'6", 255, and he has 21 catches. He has 6 touchdown catches. And Leonard Taylor is the backup, and he's 6'5", 250, and he has 24 catches this year. He's really good, too. So they throw a lot to their tight ends. Their tight ends have 45 catches. So, again, that's a big factor, and they've got big size advantages against the Pirates secondary with those tight ends.
We'll talk about this more as we move on with Igo and others, but the whole fake punt thing last year, Jeff, late in the game, the punter saw a wide opening lane out there, took it, ran for a first down when the game was out of hand. Any thoughts on that? Is that going through Mike Houston's mind? Is that even does that matter going into today's game?
Good question, Clip. I don't really know the answer to that. I know Mike was not happy about it, and we all know he had the post-game conversation with Luke Fickell, and they did not shake hands after the game. And so that kind of tells you where they are with that. I don't know if they've talked about that much at all this week in practice. Probably not. I think it was one of those things that happened, and you can say, well, that was an automatic call by the Cincinnati personal protector in that situation when he saw the alignment, or you can say, they did it to rub it in and it was done on purpose, basically. So I don't know where you come down with all that. I do know it's in the past. It happened a year ago, and I don't think it's going to be any factor in what happens today.
And, boy, the last time East Carolina played Cincinnati here, Jeff, there were some fireworks. It was a great game, and C.J. Johnson and Kobe Bryant head-to-head, and Johnson won that battle. Since then, Kobe Bryant's now looked at as certainly an NFL player. You got some great corners playing in this game.
Great corners. Oh, on both sides, terrific corners. As we match these two teams up, there are so many great matchups. And when you look at the corners for Cincinnati, those guys are really good. After C.J. Johnson burned Kobe Bryant for 12 catches and 285 yards, you wouldn't have thought that he would be a guy that pro scouts would be talking about after that game a couple years ago, but he is now. He's on the Jim Thorpe candidate list, and he's second team all AAC, so he's a really good player. But the guy on the other side's even better, Ahmad Gardner, the guy they call Sauce. He's 6'3", 200. I mean, that is really big for a corner at 6'3", and he's one of the best corners in college football, first team all AAC. He has 3 picks. In fact, Cincinnati Clip has 16 picks this year. So you got to be really careful if you're Holton Aayers today. Holton can't come out and throw 3 picks. The Pirates can't win the game.
Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff, saw a comment on our Facebook. East Carolina needs 35 to win today. That, according to Sean, that sounds like a good number to you. How much do the Pirates need to score today to win?
I don't know if they need to score 35. I mean, I will take it, and I think every Pirate fan out there and players will take 35. But again, Cincinnati only gives up 16.
Man,
so it might be tough. If the defense can play well, the Pirates might be able to score 27 and win this game today. But can they slow down Ritter, and can they slow down Ford, that outstanding running back? I mean, he's a bulldozer, and he's fast, too. He's going to be tough to slow down. And the backup guy they have, Ryan Montgomery, is also a really good back. So, it's just going to be fun, Clip. I mean, this is a fun game, and how long has it been? The Pirate fans have been waiting for a game like this in which they can go out as fans and just cut it loose and have a great game on a national stage. I mean, it's so much fun. I just hope everybody goes out there, win, lose, or draw, and really enjoys the day today.
Jeff, we'll talk to you on one of these one more time in December if John Gilbert and the bowl committee calls you and says, Jeff, you're making the call where we're going bowling this year. Where would you send the Pirates?
Well, I would send them wherever the fans could go to the game, Clip, and I think that's the most important thing. These bowl games, as we know, are rewards. They're rewards for, first off, the players, then the coaches, and then the fans. So I really wouldn't want to see the Pirates have to go halfway across the country in play in a game. But there are some good games in our own backyard. I do think Myrtle Beach would be good because Pirate fans would love to go to Myrtle Beach. I mean, that's kind of who Pirate fans are, going to the beach and having a good time and watching a football game and watching their team play. But the downside with that is you're going to play a lesser opponent than you would if you go to another game, and that's taking nothing away from the Sun Belt or the MAC. But Pirate fans would get more fired up to play an ACC team in the Military Bowl, of course, which is not far either. The thing about that, as we all know, December 27th in Annapolis. What's the temperature going to be? It's going to be cold. And then if you go to Fenway Park in Boston on December the 29th, it's going to be even colder there. So, years ago, nobody even thought about having bowl games in these cold climates. Yeah. It was all about going to a Florida destination, a vacation destination, get some really warm weather in the winter, watch your team play. But that's changed, Cliff, with all of these games now, these bowl games all over the place. So there are enough games on the East Coast that would be good. I think for Pirate fans, they really enjoy going to Myrtle Beach. But you have to understand that when East Carolina played Maryland up at RFK at the time in Washington, D.C. 10 years ago, Pirates brought a really good contingent of fans up there, and I think they enjoyed it. So that might be a good spot, too.
Jeff Charles joining us. Jeff, have a fantastic call today on the broadcast. Appreciate your time here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, and we'll talk to you again soon, voice.
Okay, thanks a lot, Clip, and I guess we'll do another show before the bowl game, which would be great.
Looking forward to it. Pirates back in a bowl, and man, they can end the regular season in a big way today, looking for win number 8. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on tap. We'll be back with you after this. Football is back at Familia. Enjoy Familia's Sunday brunch featuring shrimp and grits, made-to-order omelets, French toast, and more. Feed the family with Familia's pizza special of buy one, get the second one half off every Sunday. Whiskey drinkers, be sure to make your reservation now for Familia's whiskey tasting this month. That includes 5 whiskey samples and 5 small plates for $50. Familia, Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College, and FamiliaNC.com.
Luke 42! Luke 42!
Unlike football, life doesn't take a timeout, and anything can happen at any time. Unfortunately, anything isn't always a good thing. You need auto and life coverage, and agents there for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You need North Carolina Farm Bureau insurance. Timeout, not even in our vocabulary.
Pirate fans, call Carlton Venters or Brandon Manning at 756-3007.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Eastern North Carolina's choice for window tinting, signs, graphics, wraps, graphic design, and more is Signs and Tint. Signs and Tint is family owned and operated right here in Greenville, and their NC licensed electricians specialize in vehicle wraps, paint protection film, and more. They can even do building signs for your business. Signs and Tint offers 10% off for military and first responders. Also, make sure to mention Pirate Radio at checkout for a discount. Stop by their office today at 801 Staten Road or visit them online at signsandtint.com.
Pirate Nation, the newest sports bar is Quarters Bar and Grill, offering gourmet burgers, hot dogs, and wings with unique flavors Greenville has never seen. Pirates like to drink too. Quarters Bar and Grill offers a selection of 10 beers on tap and over 50 different craft beers. Come check us out at Quarters Bar and Grill, open Wednesday to Sunday, 11 to 11, located at the shopping center next to Krispy Kreme. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram and be on the lookout for Quarters Cash hidden around downtown Greenville. Quarters Bar and Grill, the plunder never tasted so good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Well, you can listen to Pirate Radio's or all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Broad.
Alrighty, back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Thanksgiving is good and all, but you know what's gooder? A Pirate football game day.
And it's a big one.
Thank you, JP, for that one. I will try to get in these random phrases. 9 out of 10 voices in my head tell me I'm crazy. The 10th is just humming. All right.
The what?
The 10th. The 9 out of 10 voices in my head tell me that I'm crazy. The 10th is just humming.
Ah, okay.
Expecting a call from the big man on campus, Jeff Nadu, here, and talking some football and hoops. As let's get a quick update. Boise State just scored. That early morning sunshine out in San Diego is bright and shiny as they are playing an important one there in the Mountain West. San Diego State's ranked. They're 10-1 on the year. Boise looking for win number 8 on the season, and Boise State has an early 7-0 lead there. Anything else going on in football?
Kansas State just scored, so they are tied with Texas at 7 apiece with about 4 minutes to go in the first quarter.
All right. Hey, here's some MAC scores for Jeff. Eastern Michigan and Central Michigan are scoreless in the first. Bowling Green is up 3-0, but it looks like we have an Ohio touchdown. So we got some action going on right now on a Black Friday. And let me take a quick look at these basketball scores. Baylor and Michigan State in a good one, and the route is on. Baylor's up 63-46 in that one as they have taken a commanding lead. Kansas will tip it off against Dayton coming up 1:30 on ESPN.
And Miami and North Texas tied at 57 with 5.5 to go.
The U, Chandler.
The U.
One of our favorite.
About the U.
It's all about the U.
Georgia Tech is trailing Georgia Southern 22-12 in the first half.
Josh Pastner not happy. Not happy at all right now.
Sure.
All right. I'll tell you what, sure. Let's hear some Mike Houston as he gave his thoughts on Cincinnati earlier this week. Let's hear Cut 5. He talked about the Bearcats.
Well, I mean, it's obviously, very potent offense. They're averaging, 40 points a game. I think it all starts with the quarterback. Ritter, he came back to try to have a chance at a special season like they're having, and he's the key to it all. I mean, he's dynamic with his legs. He throws the ball very, very well. He throws the ball well in the pocket. He throws the ball well on the run. The biggest, I think, improvement I've seen from him is just, I think that you can just tell they're putting a lot more on him with checks and stuff like that. He does a good job of getting them in the right play and making the right IDs and stuff. The running back is right at 1,000 yards rushing for the season. So, I mean, he's, obviously having a great year also. The receivers, just the matchup problems that they present, whether it's the, 11 who has the great size, 7 in the slot who has the dynamic speed, 21 first play last week, play action home run shot, against SMU for 53-yarder to start the game. The tight ends, they present a lot of problems with their size and athleticism. They do a great job in the run game and the passing game. Offensive line, it's basically the same group we faced last year. Big, strong, athletic, long. So they are an extremely talented, experienced group. And, they do a great job with, the zone run game. They do a great job with the RPO passing game off of it. They have big play capability, like I mentioned. So, it's going to be a challenge for us. We gotta focus on us all being on the same page and being locked into whatever's called, and the film study this week's going to be important. To try to make sure our kids are prepared formationally and alignments and things like that. But we just we've got to go right at them. I mean, we've got to play our freaking tails off. We've got to play defense the way we've been playing it all year. And we'll see. It's going to be a challenge, but our kids are excited about it, and so it's going to be an exciting afternoon for us next Friday.
Stephen Igo brought up the fake punt last year and asked Mike Houston any added motivation from that at the end of the game in the fourth quarter last year. This is Cut 7, Charlie.
Our kids are, they know this is a big game for us. It's the biggest game of the year. It's the only one we got this week, and that's our motivation is trying to get better every day and trying to prepare to play well Friday afternoon. Got a great opportunity for our program. It's going to be a big ball game for us, and really excited about the matchup.
So, yeah, he didn't want to get into that too much, at least publicly with the media, but something that, as Jeff Charles said, Mike Houston upset about it when it happened last year. He talked about the importance of this game, was asked about it. This is Cut 9.
Well, I told the players before the game last Saturday, they're the ones that have created this. These ball games, they're big ball games because of what those kids have done on the field. Their play has each week made each ball game bigger and bigger and bigger. So it's exciting for them. But you can't get beyond. This game's no bigger than the last game. I mean, and I understand it is for everybody outside here, but you can't. As a coaching staff and as a players, you got to treat them all as that's the biggest game of the year. And you got to do the same things this week that you did last week, that you did the week before, that you did the week before that. I mean, it's the same preparation. It's in how you prepare, how you execute during practice throughout the week, because you're going to play on Saturday the way you play during the week, the way you practice during the week. And then it's your mental focus, that last 48 hours and being ready to play together at a high level. And so they just got to focus on the preparation, focus on, you can't get into getting too hyped and reading too much stuff into it, because then you go out there and start trying to do things that you haven't done all year, and you try to do too much, and that's when you see big mistakes. So it's just really the focus is on them and our process, and like I said, they've created this. They've created this because of the way they played on the field.
All right, and this was back on Monday. Mike Houston gave his plea to the fans, the students, everyone to get out and watch this football game live at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. Maybe you're sitting at home right now or riding around still on the fence. You're starting to get excited, but aren't going to the game. Maybe he can talk you into it. Let's hear Mike Houston 12, Shirley, as he gave his plea to the fans.
Okay, last thing real quick, just, one big thing I just want to kind of ask for is from our student body. The Boneyard's been a huge part of our home football games, especially this year, and it's been as electric and impactful and rocking as it has been all year. And I understand, Thanksgiving break and the timing of this ball game Friday afternoon, but as many students as we can get back here for that game at 3:30 Friday afternoon, we want you here. I know that the Pirate Club is offering, I think, 4 guest passes for each student ticket. So if you're with a bunch of friends and you can get them here cheering for the Pirates, we want them here also. But that student section is going to be important Friday afternoon. So we'd love to have the Boneyard rocking for kickoff at 3:30. So love to see you back here. Just know that you're important and you're impactful.
All right,
Pirates.
Mike Houston to the students there, and that goes for all fans. Let's get out there and get loud today as the Pirates face the Cincinnati Bearcats. Troy D asked, and Mike Houston has given some epic pregame speeches even before he got here to East Carolina. And Mike Houston was asked by Troy D about those pregame speeches, and is it all on the fly? Does he prepare those? This is Cut 8, Shirley.
It's all that stuff is just kind of a culmination of the week. I mean, it's because so much goes into the preparation for each game. And the big thing with the last couple of days before kickoff, you're focused on the schemes and getting everything ready X and O wise early in the week, and then refining it late in the week. But the mental preparation, the last 48 hours or so before the game, like we've already talked about what kind of game this is going to be Friday, and what we've got to do to be prepared to play at our best in that game Friday afternoon. And so it kind of builds towards that, but it's all just natural kind of culmination of whatever has been kind of our theme for the week. But there's a certain obviously brand and belief that I have in how you're supposed to play the game and how I want this program to play, and that really hasn't wavered since I took the job. It's good to finally see that displayed on the field. But that's all that was. And the kids believe in it. They believe in how we want to play. They believe in what kind of identity we want, and that's the big key to it. I mean, because I don't have any eligibility left. I mean, I'm not the one out there playing. So it's those kids. And so if they believe in what we're doing, then we got a shot. And they believe in our style of play.
All right, Mike Houston there wants to see sustained effort and violence, and Mike P on Twitter wants to see violence, sustained essence, and flyness. What do you think about that, Chan?
Dude! Sustained essence and flyness?
Violence! Pirates will look good and fly on the field today, going with the black on black on black, right?
Black Friday, baby.
Let's go. Sustain, essence, and flyness. I like that. All right, let's get a break in. We will come back. We have coming up on the other side of this timeout an interview with a guy, and his name is John Cena. That's a random phrase.
Random phrase.
It'll actually be Bruce Bivens. It'll be Bruce Bivens one-on-one with the voice Jeff Charles. Bruce has been great to talk to this year on the Players Lounge. We'll hear him one-on-one with Jeff Charles when we return. Charlotte, you got something?
No.
You were kind of leaned in.
No. I was just looking. Usually I have my hand up.
A little essence and flyness from Shirley Rhodes.
Well, Silk Sonic and Bruno Mars.
Bruce No Mars.
Yeah, not Bruno Marx. Bruno Mars.
Oh, come on.
They've got a new.
Come on.
There is a song that says, "The only thing I ask is that the person I'm with is as fly as me." They actually have a song called "Fly as Me."
Tough ask.
Yep. Look it up on YouTube. It's actually pretty good.
Google it up.
Google it up.
All right, we'll be back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulp of Mexico, a huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Hey Pirate fans, your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials is Shimmer Boutique. Need some purple and gold to wear? Shimmer has a great selection of clothing for men, women, and children. Need some shoes? Shimmer has the best selection of Hey Dudes around. Need a cooler for tailgating? Shimmer has you covered with a huge selection of Yeti and outdoor accessories. Shimmer, just 1 minute from the stadium on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville and Jacksonville. Find us online at shimmerboutiqueonline.com. Go Pirates!
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
I'm on site at the Gavigan Agency, and you guys have been taking care of my home and auto insurance for years, but I've been noticing that's not all you do.
First and foremost, Brian, thank you for trusting us to help you and your family with your insurance needs. And you're exactly right. We offer a full host of insurance products to help protect our customers' personal and business insurance needs. Let me introduce you to Nathan Brannon, our commercial insurance specialist, and he can tell you about some of the other products we offer.
Great to talk with you, Brian. As John mentioned, I specialize in offering general liability, commercial property, business auto, and workers' compensation insurance to independent contractors, small business owners, and larger commercial customers throughout Eastern North Carolina. As a graduate of East Carolina University, I am passionate about taking care of my fellow pirates.
Wow, sounds like the Gavigan Agency can provide you just about any coverage a business owner might need. So give the Gavigan Agency a call today for any of your personal or business insurance needs and let them show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Pirate Radio.
It's going to change. I promise you. As I stand here, it will change. Okay, and when it does, that stadium, it's going to be rocking, and heaven help whoever walks in there to play us.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Boise State has still holding on to a 7-3 lead over San Diego State at the moment, and other scores. Texas has jumped out to a 13-7 lead over Kansas State in the second quarter. Central Michigan has scored on Eastern Michigan. They now lead 7-0, and Ohio leads Bowling Green 7-3. Taking a quick look at your basketball scores, as there are several basketball games going on right now. Number 6 Baylor leading Michigan State 71-56, and well, that is going to be the it. What am I talking about? That is going to be the it for there we go. Miami is leading North Texas 63-59 with about 56 seconds left in the game. And Georgia Tech trailing Georgia Southern 34-22 in the first half. That is a look at your Buck Scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule. We'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, is that is going to be the it? Is that one of your random phrases you were told to say today?
Apparently so. I was trying to get the computer to refresh because it was only giving me the Baylor-Michigan State score, and I was like, Miami's still playing. Why isn't it up there?
Miami up 4, 33 seconds left to go as they take on North Texas. Thank you for those scores, Shirley. Those scores presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck. That's going to be the it. That's going to be the
I
you.
said it
and that's going to be the Buck.
Jeez,
Thank you,
that was the worst part. Is I said it twice.
That's going to be
like my
it.
brain just skipped or something.
That's going to be a new phrase that we're going to say quite a bit around here.
That's going to be the it.
That's gonna
there
be
we go.
It. All right, let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line as we roll on here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Igo set to join us in about 10 minutes. We'll hear from Jeff Charles Bruce Bivens coming up later on. But the big man on campus, Jeff Nadu, joins us on this Black Friday, and a ton of college hoops, college football to look at. Big man, how you doing today?
Pretty good. How are you, Cliff?
Doing great, Jeff. We talked about it earlier in the week. You've been with us now for a few years, and you've seen East Carolina at their lowest. We've talked about some pretty dark days here for East Carolina. We've had some good days in between, but now we're looking at a potential 8-win regular season for East Carolina. Now, to do that, they're going to have to pull off a pretty big upset at home with Cincinnati, a 2-touchdown favorite today. But I know you're impressed with the way East Carolina has improved this 2021 season. Can they cap it off regular season-wise with an upset today, or do you think the Bearcats roll and keep that number 4 spot in the college football playoff?
Well, I don't know if they can compete and have an upset here. I don't think it's impossible. You know, I've said before, I don't love Cincinnati. I think they're a team that, you know, is a good offensive team. I don't think they're a great offensive team, and I feel like they're pricing ECU like ECU is South Florida or Tulsa. ECU is a good season, as you said and have talked about. ECU is on the precipice of an 8-win season. They have a home game here against a team that, you know, let's be honest, they're probably going to win this game, but are they motivated to win by 3+ touchdowns? I guess they are, but they also have a big game next week for the AAC title in Houston. You know, obviously we know that stadium's going to be rocking. This is a gigantic game. This is a prime spot where a team like ECU can hang around and get the job done. You know, obviously you've got to keep the ball on the ground. You got to continue to run the ball effectively, which ECU has been able to do all season. The defense is playing at a pretty high level. And you have a veteran quarterback in Holton who can win a shootout. He can play in a shootout. They have, talented receivers. I'll tell you what, man. I watched this kid last week, Omatosho. This kid, he had C.J. Johnson, Tyler Snead. This is a good offense, man. If you're going to give me 14 and a hook, I'll play ECU, 100%.
And I did just look at his 14.5 now. Cincinnati favored over the Pirates today. 3:30 on ABC, National Spotlight here in Greenville. Jeff, this is the time of year, obviously, you look at what teams are playing for. NC State still has a shot at going to the ACC championship for the first time in their school's history since the ACC championship became a thing. They have North Carolina coming up tonight. Pack are 6-point favorites over the Tar Heels. NC State needs to win. Wake Forest would have to lose to Boston College for them to get there. But for NC State, they just need to take care of business today. Is that enough of a motivating factor to have them 6-point favorites? Total sitting at 62, so expecting a lot of points in Raleigh tonight. Any thoughts on that North Carolina matchup?
Well, it's tough because, I don't know what Sam Howell, I don't know if he'll play today. I don't foresee a real reason for him to play. I guess obviously this is a rivalry game. You probably want to be in there, but he's hurt. He's not going to be fully healthy. He didn't play last week. They had to kind of work with Criswell and Drake May. So yeah, I wouldn't have any real interest in UNC. We know they're not good defensively. I know sharp money's come in and taken UNC. I don't know if I understand that. I would lean NC State, especially with all they're playing for. So, yeah, and again, if you have good info on Sam Howell, I know you live down in that area, maybe you have better info than I do, but this kind of seems like if you saw Virginia clip with how they played without Brennan Armstrong, I feel like that's what, Sam Howell and UNC would be without him.
Jeff, anything else on this Friday slate, or we can dive into Saturday that you're looking into?
Yeah, Clip, there is a stone-cold play on this board. It is jumping out like a sore thumb. The Nebraska Cornhuskers. They're a pick'em today at 3-8 against Iowa, who's 9-2. What is up with this line? Can you explain this? Because I can't. I mean, Nebraska has a backup quarterback right now. But let me ask you, Clip. I don't know how much Nebraska football you've watched. Every game they play is close. And I'm not talking about against nobody. I'm talking about Michigan, Michigan State, Oklahoma, Wisconsin, Ohio State. Purdue.
Yeah.
Every game they play is tough and close. If I'm looking at this spot, you have a home team here in Nebraska who's 3-8. Why are they a pick'em in this game? They win the football game and finally get a win. If I'm Scott Frost, I just say we've been so close in every game. We're in front of our home fans. Listen, Iowa's not very good. I know they're 9-2, but they're not real good offensively. They struggle in every game to move the football. I think the kid shows out today, the backup. Smothers, I believe his name is. Dynamic, dual threat. I think he can move around. I think Nebraska beats Iowa today.
All right, that is a 1:30 kickoff. That line screaming to the big man on campus, Jeff Nadu. Jeff, also a great college hoops day. We're already seeing games now with let's see, did Baylor end up taking care of business? They were up big at last check. Baylor
probably not, because they're a team that's notorious for just getting up in the last 3 or 4 minutes and not covering games. So
they're up 17 now, big man, with under 2 minutes.
Of course they are, because I didn't play them today. I bet them twice this year, and they've been up big in both games and screwed around and didn't cover or push.
Bitter Jeff Nadu joining us. Miami up 6 with 8 seconds left to go. They're going to beat North Texas. The big one tonight, of course, Gonzaga and Duke. We can get into that. But what else on this basketball Friday are you looking at, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm going to keep betting this. I've been betting it for literally pretty much every game so far this year. Iowa, team total over, 88.5. They've scored 100 or more clip in 3 of 5 games. They have, to me, probably a top 5 offense in the country. They're the deepest team in America, and just because their starters go out, they still score. They're playing a Portland State team today that's dreadful. Look, the key clip to something you do not want to do is go on the road as a team like Portland State and run. Portland State has no way to go but run. That's how they play. Pressing Iowa is like walking into a bad neighborhood with tons of jewelry and money hanging out of your pockets. It's a stupid idea. Iowa's going to absolutely punish Portland State today.
All right. I love the Hawkeyes, especially this time of the year when they're playing lesser opponents. They can shoot it. They can get out and score a lot of points. How about that Duke-Gonzaga matchup tonight, Jeff? What was the line, around 8 or so, I believe?
Yeah, I mean, I probably, to be honest, because I kind of like the over in this game. I don't know if Gonzaga, I don't ever love them defensively. I think they're good defensively, but the way they play is so quick and fast and efficient. I think that Banchero's probably a problem matchup for them. I think Duke's pretty good offensively. I think this will be a fun game, a lot of efficient scores around. But Clip, again, old reliable, and I'll keep telling your audience this, okay? Every game you watch, if you see a Gonzaga first half team total in the 30s, it should be an auto bet over every single time. They have went over 40 in 20 of the last 21 matchups. The only game they didn't go over 40 was against Baylor in the national title game. This offense is just too good. They're made to score 40 in the first half. I would keep betting that.
Great stuff, Jeff Nadu. You can follow him on Twitter at Jeff Nadu. You can get all his premium plays, patreon.com/BMOC. And also, if you're into Mafia history, you can check out the Sit Down podcast. Download it today. Some great stuff there. And Jeff, we are just 2 weeks away from Rough and Rowdy. Is that right?
That's correct.
Wow.
5 days from today, Clip, I will be in West Virginia. I got my walkout song picked out. I'm, kind of finishing up, getting the robe and the shorts and all that stuff.
Oh, man.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Awesome stuff. Jeff, thanks for joining us, man. Enjoy your football and hoops weekend, and we'll talk again soon.
I'll be rooting on the Pirates. Have a good day, Clip.
Yes, sir. All right. Thank you, Jeff. There's the big man on campus, Jeff Nadu, joining us here today on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joins us. He has found the Cucinellas.
He found the pizza.
Pro move.
I do want to say that ECU football just released their hype video, and it's good.
Good?
Violence!
All right, I will check that out during the break. Thank you, Shirley, for notifying me. We'll be back with more Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
There's no better time to drive away with a quality pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Greenville Auto World. Greenville Auto World is your authorized rough country dealer. We specialize in lift and leveling kits along with custom wheel packages. Whether you're looking for ground clearance or enhancing the appearance of your vehicle, trust our team for your off-road experience. Greenville Auto World, 3840 South Charles Boulevard across from Hardee's at Bell's Fork, or online at greenvilleautoworld.net.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, football is back, just how you remembered it. Tailgates with an ice-cold Pepsi in hand? Totally back. That between-play sprint to the fridge for more Pepsi is back, baby. I really missed this. Anyways, consider this your official excuse for always putting football watching first, courtesy of Pepsi. That haircut appointment? Your mom told us you look great, so you should probably reschedule. Seeing the in-laws for the first time in ages.
It's been so long.
Nope, sorry, Susan. Not if it's on Sunday. Long story short, after the year we've all had, we think you could use a little football watching. So crack open a Pepsi and cheer your football watching face off. With love, Pepsi. Made for football watching. That's what I like.
Hi, this is Billy Parker at Parker's Barbecue. Did you know that we have party rooms at our Memorial Drive location? We can accommodate parties from 10 to 110, or anything in between. We can serve family-style buffet or order off the menu. Parker's Barbecue. Come celebrate with us.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Holiday time is precious. Save time and fly local at flypgv.com. Book today on American Airlines at PGV and enjoy the friendly convenience of flying from your local airport. American Airlines and PGV. Book now at flypgv.com. PGV, where the pirates fly.
Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and team up with Quality Equipment, your local John Deere dealer and proud sponsor of the ECU Pirates. When you do business with us, you'll get things done right. We're proud to offer a large selection of new and used John Deere equipment, a fully stocked parts department, and a highly trained staff who is here to support you throughout the life of your equipment. So get quality done right before every ECU game day and visit qualityequip.com.
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
Alrighty, back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate here on a Football Friday. Looking forward to Pirates and Bearcats, 3:30 ABC. If you're not at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, Stephen Igo Hoist the Colors joins us in the Pirate Radio studios. He has found the Cucinellas. You get some of that Italian sausage?
Yeah, I'm a big sausage guy.
Hey, welcome to the club, buddy. Good stuff there. Igo, is this a bird up game?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean,
I had to ask because it's in one of the phrases I have to say.
As I down my pizza. The bird up game is like specifically saved for unique games. Like big games are not bird up games.
Bird up games are like when you're kind of searching for
you're searching for
excitement, motivation.
Like UAB, I remember that was the classic bird up game when UAB sucked.
Yeah.
Like now when UAB is in the league, it might actually not be a bird up game. Like the bird up game in a few years will probably be when Rice comes to town.
North Texas,
the Mean Green. It's just not going to get the blood flowing. So you almost have to bird up when you don't know what else to do.
I understand that. I hope others do today. It is Senior Day and Senior Day for the Marching Pirates. So some Senior Day festivities going on today. I go, and to that point, with the COVID and the extra year and all that, Senior Day has become kind of awkward because you don't know who's actually coming back, not coming back. In fact, you asked the question. It was kind of a loaded question. It was a good question, but maybe something Mike Houston can answer more after the season. But you asked kind of, as he talked to the seniors.
I was basically asking if Holton Aayers is going to come back. I mean, that's like, I didn't want to say it, but that's what I was getting at. Like, have you had those conversations to where the guys who are basically would be seniors in a normal year or without the COVID year, what are they going to do? And from what I've heard, those conversations have started to take place, but they'll continue after the season.
So will Holton Aayers be on the field pregame today?
He was not on the list of players that I was sent.
So it is leaning towards Holton Aayers returning to East Carolina, in your opinion?
I would lean that way now based on things I've heard. But, again, I don't know how much this game affects anything, if at all. I think it's more about what the conversations are like next week. The family, you guys know him, Morgan Aayers, and the rest of the family will go over and talk to the coach and staff. And I think that they'll kind of look at every scenario, say, here's what happens if we come back. Here's what happens if we move on. But I think they're more leaning towards coming back. But nothing's final at this point. And I think, we'll continue to follow the story. But I want to say early December, I think we'll know at the latest, kind of what, because too the team has to know, because you're playing a bowl game, but you have to start building your roster for next year as soon as the regular season ends.
And that decision affects another guy's decision at that position, and it's a domino effect. So something that'll come out. Likely, you think they want to have that like before the bowl game?
Yeah,
know what their roster looks like.
I think if they don't announce it, they'll know internally well before then.
Speaking of bowl games, I don't know, has anything changed since last time we talked to you, Igo, as far as where you think the Pirates might be bowling?
No, I mean, I'm expecting the Military Bowl. I'd be surprised if it was not, based on everything I've heard. But again, nothing's final. It just makes the most sense because you look at it, the American has 3 absolute tie-ins with the bowl games this year: the Hawaii Bowl, the Military Bowl, and the Fenway Bowl. And why would the Military Bowl not want ECU? What team would they want ahead of ECU? So I mean, there's really no better scenario for them. The only way that, in my opinion, that it wouldn't be the Military Bowl is if somehow they get another local team to replace ECU, or they get a Virginia or Virginia Tech and they can take a team further away. But ideally, they want ECU and they get pick ahead of Myrtle Beach and some of the other bowl games that are being tossed about.
Do you know there's any like financial differences for East Carolina if they go to say that bowl? Or
all the bowls. So what happens is all the bowl money is put into one pot, and then the American distributes that. So like if Cincinnati goes to the college football playoff, they make $6 million. If they go to a New Year's Six bowl, they make $4 million. That money goes into a pot, and then it gets redistributed to the teams. Now, I want to say that it's somewhat tiered based off your success. So, like, obviously Cincinnati, I think, would get more because they're the ones who
did the work.
But I think everybody gets to share in it to an extent. But ECU, since they're going, should theoretically get more of the, a bigger percentage.
Correct. All right. Stephen Igo here inside the Pirate Radio studios. It's East Carolina. It is Cincinnati, a fun one. Last time these two teams met at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, not as fun last year as the Bearcats took it to the Pirates. A good chat with Jeff Charles earlier about how Mike Houston told the hiring committee what he wanted to do, what he wanted his team to look like, and for all that to happen, it would take time. He wanted to build it, with an O-line, with a run game, playing strong defense, and it looks like we've gotten to that point, and we're certainly closer to that point than we ever have been since he's been here. Now, are they physical enough to take on a team like Cincinnati? Are we at that level yet, Igo, where our defensive line can stop their run, where our offensive line can open up holes for Keaton Mitchell, Rajay Harris? What about that matchup in the trenches today?
I worry about ECU in pass pro in this game. I think run blocking wise, they've made some strides, but the offensive line still leaves a lot to be desired in pass pro against very good defensive fronts. And we know Cincinnati has a very good defensive front. Myjai Sanders is the NFL prospect off the edge. Malik Vann is a beast on the defensive line. I think he was a little banged up last week, but I think he's expected to at least play somewhat today. So it's going to be a tough matchup. If you have to sit back and throw the ball against this defense, you're not going to have success. We saw that last year at Cincinnati. I know that they threw for a boatload of yards in 2019, but many of those guys were young. Now they're developed. Like, for example, C.J. Johnson took Kobe Bryant, the cornerback, to task in that 2019 game. Last year, like, they held ECU to 83 yards and dominated the game. So, ECU can play like it, its players know they can have success against this defensive personnel, but those guys have really bought into that scheme, that system they've developed over that time, and they know how to play ECU based on the last 2 years. Now, ECU should know what to expect from Cincinnati, but a lot of times it's going to come down to winning on blocking in the running game, and then at the receiver position, you're just going to have to make some one-on-one plays. You're not going to make them all. Bryant and Ahmad Gardner, their two cornerbacks, are giving up less than 45% completion percentage on balls thrown at them. They're two of the top corners in the country. Their nickelback, Arquan Bush, is really good, so he'll probably be matched up with Snead. They got a linebacker, Darian Beavers, who's a Butkus Award candidate, I believe, who's like 6'4", 255. I mean, they are just good everywhere defensively. So, with their man coverage, you can potentially hit some big plays if you make the contested catches, but you're really going to have to work for them. And teams have been able to run the ball at times on them. Tulsa ran for 297.
Wow.
Navy was able to run on them. Tulane was able to run on them. So you can run the ball, but I think more than anything, after giving up 200-plus rushing yards to ECU last year, they're going to try and stop the run. So very interested in the chess match early in the game, see how Cincinnati comes out. Do they stack the box? Do they play it straight up? Just kind of what their approach is defensively.
That was kind of going to be my next question. I remember more about the game from 2019 than I do last year. And in that one, it was kind of like those old Virginia Tech defenses where you just send your guy out there one-on-one on an island, and it's up to the quarterback and receiver to make plays. And that day, that night, it was Aayers to C.J. Johnson. So you kind of said it there at the end. Like, you don't know what they're going to do. But, will they leave these receivers one-on-one? And if so, that sixth sense that Aayers has to Snead, that could work out. The big play to Omatosho, the big play to CJ. Maybe we get some matchups in our favor if they do that today.
Yeah, and Cincinnati is going to believe that their guys are going to win those matchups, and ECU has to believe their guys will. And whoever wins the majority of those matchups has a good chance to win the football game. So that's what it comes down to. If I'm Cincinnati, I'm fine, leaving those guys on the island because they have produced. Mike Gardner hasn't given up a touchdown his entire career. At this point, I wrote that he was overdue. Based on that, this is his third year. He had the pick six versus Aayers in 19 that changed that game.
Oh, yeah.
So, you're going to have, Donnie Kirkpatrick talked about it, and I asked him, do you kind of look forward to, I almost look at it as the rubber match between ECU's receivers and Cincinnati's DBs, because ECU obviously got the better of them in 19. They threw for 535 yards. Last year, he threw for 80. This year, what is the rubber match?
Yeah.
Who wins that? Because you got the same guys. You got Gardner and Bryant. You got CJ and Snead. The only one you're missing is really Blake Prohl, but you replace him with Omatosho. Hatfield even had some catches in that 19 game. So, I think the tight ends could be crucial in this game and the backs because, you're not going to win your receiver matchups a ton. But, who's going to match up with Ryan Jones if they go a lot of man coverage? Who's going to get Keaton Mitchell in space? So those are some of the things that I'm looking forward to.
The transfer portal is wide open and as open as ever, but with the COVID year and with these particular schools, it has set up like an old school college basketball field where the opponent. Like, it's fun knowing the other team's players, and you call this a rubber match with that certain position group with the wide receivers of ECU, DBs from Cincinnati, but the quarterbacks, some of their skilled guys' names. That makes for fun matchups. I like that we know there's a lot of familiarity here in this game.
Yeah, Cincinnati has 26 seniors or something like that, so those guys they've all played ECU 3 or 4 times now, and a lot of those guys could have went pro. They decided to come back for a season like this. And then for ECU, they've been extremely young now for several years and will continue to be so. A lot of these guys will be back next year, and then Cincinnati will lose a lot. So, but it is fun. It makes for exciting games. Ritter has now played against ECU 3 times, I believe.
I guess he did not play in the game where ECU beat Cincinnati.
He did not. Yeah, that was somebody else. But then he took over in 18 when they smashed ECU in Scotty Montgomery's final game. So, yeah, looking forward to it. It should be a fun game, and I think ECU will play confident. I think they, obviously they've won 4 in a row, but because they know these guys, CJ's going to go out there with his hair on fire because he knows that he put Kobe Bryant on a few posters a couple years ago. Kobe Bryant's going to be like, "Well, I shut you down last year. I'm going to shut you down again." So, looking forward to that matchup because we know how emotional CJ gets.
Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us inside the Pirate Radio studios. We'll take a time out. We will come back when we return more with Igo as we'll break down the matchup and talk more Pirate football. More to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on after this.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out. Free cheesy! Like screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure you have the best comfortable shoes this tailgate season with a stop at Flea Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Flea Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Flea Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us on Greenville Boulevard in the public shopping center right near the stadium. Be sure to run with us on Facebook and Instagram. Flea Feet, we run for you. Go Pirates!
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an auto owner's independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with auto owner's insurance.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
At West Park Motor Company, customer satisfaction is the #1 goal while offering a wide range of cars, trucks, and SUVs at very competitive prices. Shop online at westparkmotorcompany.com right now to get started. Looking to sell your vehicle? Call West Park for a free appraisal. West Park is willing to pay more for your car or truck than the next dealer. West Park Motor Company, with locations in Greenville and Washington, and proud courtesy car dealer for the Pirates for over a decade. Go Pirates! At Union Bank, we understand you live life on the go. That's why our banking options are designed to serve you, wherever you are. If you want to meet us in person at one of our local branches, complete banking tasks on the go from the mobile app, or bank from your office with convenient remote deposit and cash management services, we're everywhere you need us to be. Whether you're simply managing a busy schedule or an entire business, we're right there with you with personalized service and helpful tools. Call or visit us online at unionbanknc.com. Union Bank is a member FDIC and equal housing lender.
It's bow time. You've probably heard folks say, don't call it a comeback. But at Bojangles, we don't like to beat around the bush. So when the sizzling, savory pork chop griller's back in all its tender, marinated chili lime glory, and you can get a pork chop griller combo for just $4.59, go ahead, call it a comeback. Get a legendary pork chop griller combo for just $4.59. Only at Bojangles. It's bow time.
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, offense coordinator for ECU football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, with about 7 minutes to go in the second quarter, Boise State has extended their lead over number 21 San Diego State. 16-3 is that score. Kansas State and Texas has turned out to be a rather interesting game. K-State has kicked a field goal. They lead Texas 17-13. Central Michigan leads Eastern Michigan 7-3. Utah State and New Mexico are underway. No score as of yet. And coming up in about 10 minutes, it'll be number 16 Iowa and Nebraska. And then at 2 o'clock, it'll be UTEP on the road at UAB. College basketball scores: Baylor beat Michigan State 75-58, and Miami survived at North Texas 69-63. Georgia Southern has gone into the locker room at halftime with a 40-36 lead over Georgia Tech. That is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, thank you, Shirley Rhodes. Da Buck. We met a Chan Stan during the break in the parking lot. Big Chandler Honeycutt fan.
Didn't get his name.
He exists, though.
You didn't ask?
Nah.
Oh.
He was making his way into UBE just like all thousands of people have today.
Well, almost got ran over in the parking lot.
I'm glad you found a parking spot, Iga.
Yeah, I was glad. But yeah, man, it really is hopping over there.
We met a fifth quarter fan too the previous time we were out there, and
he listens to us on his way to or from Raleigh, I think he said. But Yeah.
No, it would be back to Raleigh, after the game on the postgame.
He listens to the fifth quarter from the previous week as his pregame show.
Yeah. Well, you can in the archives.
Yeah.
Luckily, the Chan stand is at UBE and not here in this segment because you're struggling right now.
Yeah.
He's probably walking out here right now.
But the gentleman that likes the fifth quarter said, I hope y'all don't get too crazy of calls tonight. And I think when anybody says that, what they really mean is, I hope y'all get some crazy ass calls tonight, because that's what it's all about.
That's
right?
what makes the show.
It's entertaining. So looking forward to hearing from the Pirate fans after. Man, we've had some fun fifth quarters this year, and they.
Hugh damn right.
Do I know Hugh?
Do you know Hugh?
Do you know Hugh?
I know Hugh.
Hugh damn right.
As Chandler knows, no self-respecting Southern uses instant grits. And for the Pirates today, they're going to have to do it homemade, Iga.
Southerner?
Did I say Southern?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I read it right from this.
Oh,
no
okay.
self-respecting Southern.
Thanks a lot, Price Boy, for making me sound like a moron. All right, moving on. Olin Mills lady be calling, talking about Black Friday. You know what I mean?
Oh, no.
There's local politics, bud.
Why is the Olin Mills lady calling someone? Don't you call them to set up an appointment?
Usually.
I hadn't been to Olin Mills since I was about 8 years old. Did you ever do, where did you take family photos, Iga?
We didn't take family photos. If we did, it was in our backyard.
Do you have a bad relationship with your family?
No, I have a great relationship with my family. We just weren't into that. My mom probably tried to get us to do it, but it was me and my brother and my dad.
Between you and your brother, I could see your mom struggling.
I mean, my brother, he can barely show up to certain things. So, yeah, I mean, to show up. And the funny thing is, we actually have a family photo scheduled for January 2nd. And so I'm very interested to see if Scott makes it.
A lot of time to prepare for that.
How did Slater enjoy his first Thanksgiving?
He
That's
enjoyed
a good
it.
question.
He enjoyed it. He told me that he was sad that I was leaving to go watch.
It's crazy that baby talks.
I
know. He said he was sad that I was leaving to go cover the game, so now he's got to watch it with Erica.
I guess Slater is too little to enjoy scraps,
he can only still eat the milk. He turns 4 months Monday, so just doing the formula.
Tell him I said happy birthday.
I'll let him know.
All right, thanks. Steven, this is a city speed game, and the Pirates have some city speed now with Keaton Mitchell, the home run hitter, 1,000-yard rusher. And that's the big question going into this one. Can the Pirates run the ball like they've been able to against other teams? Is this I don't know, whose defense do you compare Cincinnati to that we faced this year? Is it like South Carolina or anybody?
I mean, in terms of talent, probably South Carolina is the only front that has as much talent as they do. I would say overall, Cincinnati's better. So I think they're by far the best defense ECU has faced. I'll say Houston probably has the best pure pass rush of anybody ECU faced this year. I mean, you keep bringing that up. You're concerned about pass protection today. Yeah, I mean, ECU's graded the worst, basically like the worst 5 teams in the country in pass protection. So, I mean, it's just that's been a struggle. They lost their top few tackles early in the season. Noah Henderson didn't play last week. And the offensive line played really well, but Navy's also not very good at pass rush. So this is going to be a completely different challenge. They're going to have to find a way to run the ball to slow those guys down and to help out the offensive line. Again, Sanders off the edge. Some of their guys are just going to – you can't just leave ECU in one-on-one matchups up front or they're going to have a tough time.
How cool is this, Igo? You got the fans are there for the Pirate Walk. Yeah, Pirate Radio just put a video up. You got the fans at the airport welcoming the team back home. UBE rocking and rolling. Starting to get a little bit of an old school feel with this football team, this football program, and the direction that they're headed. It's really cool to see. Yeah, it's awesome. It really is. I mean, it's been so long since these games felt relevant that we were talking about. And obviously this one is relevant on a national stage, not just a local stage, but I'll let it go. You said stage, but we just move on. This game is relevant on a national stage and a local stage. Is the stage too big for the Pirates? Or, I guess the better question is the stage too big for the Bearcats? Because they're the ones with all the pressure on them right now. There's a lot of pressure. You guys are killing me right now. I don't know. I mean, it's just fun to get back
to relevant football, man. I don't know what's going to happen today. The good news is ECU has had a successful season regardless. If you win this game, it becomes a historic win. And in some ways, if you win this game and win a bowl game, I mean, what ECU football seasons are better than that?
This would be the most improbable, maybe top 25 season of all time for East Carolina. In fact, I still can't wrap my head around a potential 8-win team this year. It's crazy.
I can't even wrap my head around the fact that we're talking about a 7-win team. I mean, it's every week has just been more and more, and that's the Wager McGee was talking about it on PRL earlier this week. The most impressive thing about the win at Navy was you get your goal of winning 6 games on the road at Memphis. Then you got to turn around and go on the road again to a triple option team. A team that's playing on senior day, 17-1 in their last senior days, and you have a lot of stuff go against you, and you still find a way to win. Like, this is a good football team that we're talking about, watching, covering. And it's happened pretty quickly. Obviously, the Mike Houston era has taken time to get going, but like from the first 2 games of the year when everybody was saying it's another lost year, is Mike Houston the guy for the job, to now, like how quickly has that flip been switched to where this is a dang good football team.
Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us. And right now, Texas trying to get back in the end zone. I don't know. It's not pass interference.
No.
It's good coverage.
I mean, that's just elite coverage.
Did you watch any NFL yesterday?
Very little. I watched some of the Lions game. I did watch the end of the Cowboys-Raiders game, and I was ready for it to end because I was wanting to watch the Egg Bowl, but it just kept going, and it was highly entertaining.
Yeah, and
shout out Zay Jones.
Zay Jones with a big one, and East Carolina getting some notoriety on CBS. As anytime you mention Zay Jones, you got to mention Robert Jones, and from there they go Jeff Blake. And anytime Jeff Blake has said, I know exactly what's coming, and I can't wait to hear it every time they talk about how pretty his deep ball was. And pretty good. Romo is really good at his job. I love the comparison. Russell Wilson-esque deep ball, where Russ throws those dome scrapers, and Jeff Blake could do the same, kind of small in stature.
He could drop it in the bucket, though, man.
Definitely. And it was cool to hear. And boy, great game by Zay. Actually had the game-winning penalty, if you want to call it that, called against Dallas on another questionable pass interference. But
Dallas is pretty bad. Like, they're looking pretty shaky. I mean, they've lost now to, I guess the AFC West is just their daddy. Losing to Denver, Oakland, or Las Vegas, I should say, and KC.
Yep, Kansas City. Barely beat the Chargers, but were able to get by them with some questionable officiating. I think that's why I even brought this up.
But they were bad. I mean, they got like 3 or 4 holding calls and like 2 drives and still couldn't stop the Raiders at one point. In the Cowboys' benefit, like, I felt like there was a while where it was looking like the Raiders were trying to keep them in the game, and so were the refs.
Late November, both of our teams, the Broncos and Washington, in the hunt. And if you don't believe me, just look at the graphics package, because our teams were up there last night.
Is every team in the NFC in the hunt except for Detroit?
Except for Detroit, yes. Everybody else is in
and Chicago.
Hunt.
Well, I guess they're back in the hunt now that they won.
Yesterday, I was tired of Lions-Bears, and I saw an ad for the South Park, which I hadn't watched in years, but they had a special on Paramount Plus.
That's pass interference.
After COVID or whatever. And it was actually really good, really funny, but it fast-forwarded 30, 40 years in the future, and Stan sees his dad for the first time in 30 years, and his dad says, "So the Broncos still suck, I see." And I thought about you, Igo. So that's your future.
Yeah,
more bad quarterback play.
Yeah, at least we got a Super Bowl before it all started. That's all I can say.
Let's get another timeout. We'll have one more segment with Stephen Igo.
One more segment.
Can Texas get this field goal? Whoa, Nelly. It is good. As they run the fire drill, they rushed on the field, kick a field goal. It's going to be 17-16 at half. K-State with a 1-point lead over Texas. More scores on your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
All right, so we're going to start this
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Do you suffer from pain, anxiety, or sleeping issues? Eastern Healthcare has a solution for you. Eastern Healthcare is the premier CBD store with retailer quality products to help with any ailment you might have. They carry nationally recognized brands such as Curative's Delta 8, CBD Distillery, and Charlotte's Web with a wide variety of delivery systems.
This is Adam from Eastern Healthcare. Come visit our store at 2245 Stantonburg Road across from Vidant Hospital or call 227-4199. Eastern Healthcare. Wellness starts here.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Not only will you feature a great selection of pre-owned inventory for sale, but we'll also buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one from us. Drive a little, save a lot. Give us a call and make a short trip to Washington and let us buy your vehicle today. It is totally worth it. We also service all makes and models at our state-of-the-art service department. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington, and WashingtonChryslerDodgeJeepRam.com. Remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Why wait? Get break down the door deals now during Bostic Sugg Furniture's Black Friday blowout. Browse our 40,000 square foot showroom with thousands of items in stock. Plus, save up to 15% off store-wide with 6 months special financing or get 72 months special financing. Find the perfect mattress for the way you sleep with 72 months special financing. Don't wait for lower prices. There won't be any. There's no lines, no waiting during Bostic Sugg Furniture's Black Friday blowout.
Your power's out. There's a water leak. What do? For these and other utility-related emergencies, you need service, and you want it fast. There are 2 things you can do to get the quickest response if you're a GUC customer. First, you can call the hotline at 1-855-767-2482 and report any utility-related emergency. That number is also on GUC.com. Or second, you can give GUC your phone number. The hotline process is quickest when their account records have your current phone number. Service you can count on. Greenville Utilities. Hey, Troy D here for my friends at Villa Verde. If you know me, you know I love being outside, but finding a good place to eat outside can sometimes be tough. Well, our pals at Villa Verde have fixed that. Not only does Villa Verde have awesome, unique, one-of-a-kind dishes here in Greenville, they also have a brand new outside dining area. And this outside area is sweet. It's covered, you're in the shade, and cooling fans are on. Enjoy the comfort and relaxation of dining outside with our friends at Villa Verde. Villa Verde on 10th Street, a platform for good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and then click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Alrighty, thank you, Shirley Rhodes. Chandler Honeycutt here with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. They've gone to half, Kansas State and Texas, and Kansas State has a 1-point lead, 17-16. Kansas and Dayton are playing basketball, VCU and UConn, both of those games just getting underway. Coming up tonight, Duke and Gonzaga in hoops. So football and hoops going on this Friday. And Stephen Igo, one more segment to go with him. Let's break down the edge, Igo. Where does East Carolina have the edge in today's game?
Field goal kicking. Cincinnati is 7 of 15 on the year and 2 missed extra points.
You know, talking about things changing fast, you wouldn't have said that 2 weeks ago. just because we hadn't seen a lot of Owen Daffer, and it didn't seem like the coaches had a lot of confidence in him, putting him beyond 40 yards, right? But now we've seen him go 3 field goals against Memphis, and then, of course, what he did last week.
I think he's only missed one time less than 40 yards all year, so, I mean, he's been consistent short range. Obviously, he missed 2 extra points, but the first one of the year, he slipped, and it was a timing issue. The second one, he just missed, I think. But he's been good for a first-year kicker, and, you know, the funny thing is, I guess it's not very funny, but Cincinnati has beaten ECU on 3 game-winning field goals.
That's funny.
Since game-winning Schmill goals since 2014.
I meant to bring that up, Stephen. The last time East Carolina played a game that people were I don't know about excited about, but like an important...
I was thinking about that on the way over, not to cut you off, but like, when is the last time there was like this much buzz for a game late in the season? The first thing that came to mind was NC State in 16, but like a game past October or game past September.
And it's that 15 game against Cincinnati was to get to a bowl. But I remember how I felt there, and I'll never take it for granted again, but I was like, I just want this season to end. This is bad football. I'm used to good football. I don't care about a bowl game. And then Cincinnati kicks the last second field goal. Jeff Comfort comes out and says, we're not going to accept a bowl invitation. They weren't going to get one anyway. I didn't understand that at all. But then Ruff McNeil gets fired, yada, yada, yada. So I don't remember fans being that jacked up for that final game against Cincinnati in 2015.
People were pretty disappointed with that season. But looking back on it, people didn't understand that ECU didn't have a freaking quarterback, and they could have easily won 7 or 8 games. But, you know, Mr. Let's compete for championships, Jeff Comfort, freaking idiot. All right.
Whoa, all right.
Fair weather idiot.
Shirley, see if you can find Jeff.
Sometimes you just strike a nerve when you go down that path, man.
See if you can find a file. I think it says Jeff in Greenville. I might have saved it like that. It was that guy that called in as Jeff Comfort, and it was a great impersonation.
And Jeff Comfort's still collecting checks, by the way.
Ooh, that is not good to hear. All right.
How much ECU football he's watching these days. Like, does he turn it on as like a sick pleasure?
A sick pleasure. He turns it on and roots for them to lose.
He probably does, honestly.
Yeah. So East Carolina has the edge in the field goal department. How about defensively? And I feel like we've talked more about ECU's offense versus their defense. How about Ritter, their run game against the Pirates defense?
I mean, they're pretty balanced. I mean, they're really good. They've got tight ends, receivers, O-line. They got a guy.
Sounds like a football team to me.
That's why they're so good. I mean, and ECU is good because they also have offensive balance. So like they can beat you. They're a little bit more explosive than ECU out wide. They got some playmakers. They're as good as ECU's tight ends have been. They're probably better at tight end. They're better up front. They're a national championship contender because they're really good on offense and really good on defense. I mean, that's the bottom line. They're averaging 40 points a game. They hit a lot of big plays. Ritter, just when you think you have him in 3rd and long, he takes off. And I kind of said this earlier this week, but like he doesn't look like he's running hard, but he's just gliding past people because he's very, very smooth, very fast, understands angles, just really heady player. So it's tough to trick him. It's tough to get them off the field because it's tough to cover them and contain Ritter.
All right, good stuff, Igo. I think we've got the call. This is from a 5th quarter years and years ago. Jeff in Greenville. Let's hear it.
You know, I don't know how many times you can hang your hat on a moral victory.
That's not it. We're going to have to find... I got to remember what it's called, Shirley. That's on me.
So is that a different Jeff in Greenville?
That's probably a real guy named Jeff. The one I was looking for is a fake Jeff call. I'll see if I can find it during the break. Maybe it's in try the sports bar folder. See if it's in there. I want to play it before Igo goes, so I'm going to stall. Igo, what kind of score are you thinking for today's game?
I predicted 35-31 Cincinnati, which is a little bit higher scoring than maybe I originally thought. But I just feel like ECU's offense is going to play a much better game than last year. So we'll see. I mean, it's just... I just don't see ECU's defense being able to keep them under 30 because they're so good offensively. And ECU is going to have to score to keep pace. But I think this is going to be a tight game.
A game in the 30s, according to IGO. Let's try it one more time. Let's see if this is the call from Faux Jeff Comfer in Greenville on the 5th quarter. Let's go to Jeff in Greenville. Hey, Jeff.
Hello, Troy, Jonathan. This is Jeff. How are you guys?
Hey, Jeff. Doing good.
Hi, Troy. Look, I just wanted to point out a couple of things here. First of all, the GPA at East Carolina for our athletics programs, including football, are at all-time high. Secondly, volleyball is doing very well. I don't know why Pirate Nation is so angry. I just don't understand it. You know, I think it's time for Pirate Nation to come together and get behind Coach Montgomery. We're building a program here, guys, a program that's going to win championships. We're building for the long term, not the short term. Do you guys have any questions for me?
No, we don't. Thank you for calling in, though, Jeff.
Oh, my God. Well, I did have one more thing to say. This whole deal about $3.6 million in debt, I don't know who made that up. It's just not true. And if it is true, it's certainly not my fault. And that's all I have, and go Pirates.
Okay. Jeff in Greenville. Thanks for the call. Go Pirates. Well done.
Well done.
I believe that Igo just reminded me that was actually 5th quarter caller Colin LaGrange doing the Jeff Comfer impersonation.
Nicely done.
That was well done. All right. Sorry to bring up those bad memories, but that was pretty fun.
At least we can look back and maybe laugh at them a little bit now.
Yeah.
Even though I still get angry every time I think about it. But that 2015 season, it pisses me off because people don't understand how tough that season was.
Well, we've talked about the domino effect.
Yeah.
First of all, it's your first year without Riley, so there's going to be some issues there.
You lose Kurt Benkert.
Benkert's injury was
for the season.
The major domino to fall. I really do. I mean, they had. You want to talk about like old school college football grooming your next quarterback?
Yeah,
they
had him
learned
ready.
under Carden. He had been in the system. He was ready to go. We saw how good he actually was. You know, when he was healthy and got to play Virginia and then on with the Green Bay Packers. So,
and the schedule they played that year, look who they lost to. At Florida, could have won. At BYU, could have won.
Game.
Top 25 Temple team, could have won.
Right.
South Florida, it was very good under Taggart, could have won that game. Cincinnati could have won. And I'm sure there are more. That's 5 games against good competition. Like, that schedule was as tough as the Coach McNeil era played.
And those were good games. Now that you're mentioning those, that games at the end, Blake Kemp drops the ball at Florida. That BYU game was fun. Didn't we have like 2 punt return, like a punt return, punt block for each team?
Giannis Bowden.
It's crazy. All right, Steven, enjoy the game, man.
Enjoy the game.
The Pirate Walk was packed. You're going to have a nice walk to the stadium.
Yeah, they're lining up everywhere for Igo's March. But no, my dad texted me. He said Pirate Walk best of the year.
Awesome.
So if he's texting me, he's fired up about something. So he's fired up about the Pirate Walk.
Excellent. All right, Igo. We'll talk to you on Tuesday.
Will it be a victory Tuesday
for the Washington football team? Yes.
For the Pirate basketball team over Coppin State.
Yes, that it will be. And Tuesday will be a big day because it's time to kick Old Dominion's butt again. And we'll do it
Revenge
in the Coliseum. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back when we return. More Shirley Rhodes.
I was going to say, speaking of basketball, I've got some tickets to give away.
Yeah.
I've got 4 tickets to men's basketball tomorrow, 4 tickets to the women's basketball game on Sunday. If you want them, first caller through.
All right, 317-1250. If you want basketball tickets for the rest of this weekend, you can call right now, 317-1250. First caller gets them, and we'll be back with more after this.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers' family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers in Greenville and now open in Winterville.
If you are push mowing your yard using an inefficient lawn tractor or your current zero-turn spends more time in the shop than mowing your grass, it's time you look at a Hustler zero-turn lawnmower. Residential mowers from Hustler are built like tanks and drive like sports cars. All Hustler mowers have fabricated, welded steel decks. Don't settle on cheap units with flimsy stamped decks from big box stores. Come see Ron Ayers Motorsports. It will guide you to the right mower for your property and your budget. Find us at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville.
Sawyer's Fun Park is the place to be this holiday season. You know the kids already love it, but now the adults can have fun too. Visit the brand new expanded patio at Sawyer's Fun Park. On Wednesdays, it's karaoke. Thursday is open mic night, and Friday and Saturday evenings always feature live music. Let the kids have a blast hanging out at Sawyer's Fun Park, and now you can have as much fun too. And remember, it's never too early to buy gift cards. Sawyer's Fun Park, fun for kids of all ages, including adults. Sawyer's Fun Park on Corey Road in Winterville.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
It's going to change. I promise you. As I stand here, it will change. Okay, and when it does, that stadium, it's going to be rocking, and heaven help whoever walks in there to play us.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's start with college basketball first. Georgia Tech has now jumped out to a 57-52 lead over Georgia Southern with about 4 minutes to go in the game. VCU has a 13-8 lead over UConn in the first half. Dayton trails Kansas 15-6 in the first half. Boise State has gone into the locker room with a 16-13 lead over number 21 San Diego State. Kansas State still leads Texas 17-16 at the half. It's Central Michigan 10, Eastern Michigan 3 at halftime. Utah State leads New Mexico 14-0 in the second quarter, and Nebraska has scored a touchdown. They lead number 16 Iowa 7-0. And that is a look at your Buck Scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall, your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Da Buck. Welcome back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Let's tell you what, Shirley, let's talk some Pirate offense.
Okay.
And hear from the offensive coordinator of the Pirates, Donnie Kirkpatrick. East Carolina's offense has been clicking and playing well, and they were able to find the end zone when they needed to last week, and they were able to get the ball down the field when they needed to late in the game for that Owen Daffer field goal on a big play from Holton Aayers to Tyler Snead. Looking at the numbers, Keaton Mitchell now over 1,000 yards. He has 1,077 yards and 9 touchdowns on the season. Rajay Harris, 557 yards. We'll see him end up ahead of 600, maybe 700, including a bowl game. And he's got 4 touchdowns on the year. Holton Aayers has ran for 229 yards and 6 touchdowns. Passing-wise, Aayers 17 touchdowns to 9 interceptions. Aayers going to hit the 3,000-yard mark likely in today's game. Tyler Snead, 61 catches leading the team, 764 yards leading the team. His 4 touchdowns is one behind Ryan Jones, who had one last week. Snead had a couple last week in the win over Navy. Audio Matosho, second most catches for the Pirates this year with 37, 475 yards, 3 scores. C.J. Johnson's been coming on of late, 35 catches, 520 yards, and a touchdown. And then there's Ryan Jones, 32 catches, 372 yards, 5 touchdowns for the Pirates. East Carolina has been bad on third downs this year. The number has been going up a little bit. They are now 35% on the year converting third downs. The fourth down number is still good at 72% for this East Carolina offense. So when they haven't converted on third downs, they've been able to do some damage on fourth downs. Donnie Kirkpatrick is the offensive coordinator of the Pirates. He went one-on-one with the voice, Jeff Charles. Let's hear that right now.
I visit now with ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick, and Coach Houston mentioned at the press conference earlier this week that this Navy defense is better this year than it was last year. Is that what you've seen?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question that they're playing at a very high level right now. I mean, in total defense, I think they're third or fourth in our league, and they were off to a really slow start. But, you know, it's really a lot of returning players. And they've stayed pretty healthy throughout the season. They've added some new twists.
All right, that was Donnie Kirkpatrick last week. Shirley, let's hear Donnie Kirkpatrick talk about Cincinnati's defense, which is probably going to be a little tougher than Navy's last week, where East Carolina was able to go up and down the field. Let's try it one more time.
Coach, let's talk about the Cincinnati defense. I mean, they're the real deal. They're only giving up 16 points a game. That's 6th best in America. This is a defense that has all kinds of guys, don't they? Both up front, linebackers are good, secondary is really good.
Yeah, they're incredible. This is a whole other level of football. Obviously, they're the number 2 or the number 4 team in the country, depending on if you're going playoff or just regular polls. Statistically, defensively, they're number 2 in this category, number 4 in this category, number 7, number 6. So you just have to put that aside. Though they have incredible length with their kids and size up front. They can get pressure on the quarterback by rushing just 3 guys, so they can drop 8 guys. They can play a number of different type man coverages. Both corners are NFL guys. The one linebacker's a Nagurski finalist. One DB's a Jim Thorpe finalist. There's 5 or 6 draft picks in there, so we can see why they're winning.
So with all that said, Coach, what are you going to have to do offensively to attack these guys?
Well, I know that one thing, we're surely not going to back off. Our kids are playing with a lot of confidence right now, and we're going to let them go do that. One thing is you can't turn the ball over. That's coach speak, I guess, but they are so good at taking the ball away. Sometimes you feel like you have to take some chances. They have so many playmakers. They make plays, get you behind the chains, then you force things, and then that's how they really take it to you, and they beat you. So you're going to have to be patient. We're going to have to be able to run the ball. That's one thing that will allow us to throw the ball better, is if we can run the ball. We need to throw the ball when we want to throw the ball, not when they want us to throw the ball.
Coach, I put a pencil to this winning streak offensively. Your offense is averaging 35.5 points per game during the 4-game win streak here. What's been the difference? Why have you kind of flipped the page offensively, and why has this offense been so good here the last month or so?
Everybody's asking that question, and all year long I kept saying we're close. We're playing that well in phases. We're just not finishing out things. We're making the crucial mistake. We're just not getting, the ball into the end zone enough. The 4 games we have been doing that. Holton's obviously playing lights out. Right now, Holton Ayler's the best player in the league, no doubt about that. He's playing at a level beyond anybody else. But the guys around him are too. The receivers have really stepped up their game. Audie is really playing well. CJ's playing the best football of his life. The emergence of Ryan Jones in the passing game has given us lots of different options. We still have Shane, and then we still have the two running backs, so we're still running the ball well. Shank's done a tremendous job up front of patching that group together. The O-line deserves so much credit for all that. When we've played well up front, we've played well. So if you give Holton time, he can shred you. We all know that. If you give those backs some room to run, they can really hurt you as well, too. So I think it's just been a combination of all the kids relaxing, just having fun. They've kind of gotten together as a team, decided they're going to give it their 100% commitment, and they've done that, and so they're playing well.
I asked Holton this question at the press conference on Monday. I'll ask you as well, Coach. I said, Holton, will you get even up a little bit more because the quarterback matchup is you against Desmond Ritter, and everybody all season long has talked about Desmond Ritter and how he's a Heisman Trophy candidate, and he kind of downplayed that. But do you think that might get Holton stoked up a little bit more just looking at the quarterback matchup? Because this he's the one that's been getting all the acclaim.
You know, we don't talk a lot about that. Holton's going to be the last person to ever talk about that. He tries to be as humble as he can be, and he is that way, and very unselfish. I think that's part of why he's playing so well, is that for the first time since I've been here, he's kind of relaxed and said, okay, I don't have to do it all. I have people around me. He's finally listened and say, okay, let those guys do the heavy lift, and you just get them the ball. So he will be jacked up, I'm sure, as a competitor. I think he's just excited because we're on a win streak, and he's really enjoying the win streak and enjoying the success. I think he's enjoying every moment of this. I mean, he's got some time here, no doubt about that, but we always know that he is getting older, and we're all going to run out of time eventually. So I don't think he'll try to get into a personal match with the other quarterback, but I do think as a competitor, our team and their team, he's pretty competitive about that.
Keaton Mitchell went over 1,000 yards last week. Coach, how good was that to see?
That was great. You know, it's been a while. We've had a little bit of drought with the 1,000-yard rushers. I think we've always had better teams when we've been able to run the ball here. We were better back with Ruff and Link when we had the 1,000-yard rushers. So it was really good to get that out of the way because then that can become a big deal. We'd like to get another one. I don't know if we can do that or not. We'd like to get a couple 1,000-yard receivers in there. With 2 games left, we still have a chance to do that.
Tyler Snead has been incredible, hasn't he? I don't know if we've even talked enough about Tyler this year. 61 catches going into the game on Friday. He just always seems to make the big catches. He never drops one. I mean, what a year he's had.
He's had a great year. I think it was a little bit like, you know, where was he? Didn't know he was doing that well. Looked up why he's had a couple of big games. We're always a better team when we can get him involved in the offense, and he continues to just amaze everybody with his consistency. He and Holton have a great chemistry together right now.
So, Coach, how important is it to get the running game going, hold on to the football, get some nice sustained drives, mix in the passing game, try and keep their offense off the field this week?
You know, that's always going to be our plan. We're going to, you know, under Coach Houston now, it's going to be we're going to try to smash your face. I don't know if that sounds right or not to say that, but that's the kind of physical game we're going to play. It's kind of team we want to be. We want to keep the defense off the field. The other big part of the win streak, I think, has been that we've had great time of possession. So we are scoring more points, but we're also keeping the ball away from the other team, and that's how you win, is you have the ball. Don't let the other team have the ball. Their offense is very explosive. They're as good as their defense as well. So I think if we can control the game, it's easier to control the game when you're running the ball.
Final question for you, Coach. This is a philosophical question because for all the years you've been at ECU, all the years I've been at ECU, people have said you can't play that style of football with the Pirates, a smash mouth kind of football, that you need to kind of spread it out and use your athleticism and quickness because you might not just have the same amount of players up front on the offensive line that maybe some other teams do that can play that way. Well, what do you say to that type of argument?
Well, that's obviously not Coach Houston's philosophy, and that's not how we've won. That's not how he's won everywhere he's been. Now, at the same time, we are somewhat of a spread offense. Our quarterback just threw for 405 yards after throwing for 300 and something the week before. So he's, second or third in the league and top 25 in the nation. So what we're saying is we want to throw the ball when we want to throw the ball. We don't want to get into desperate situations where they make you throw the ball. The hardest thing to do in college football is pass protect in a drop-back passing game when the other team knows you're going to throw the ball.
That's ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
All right, great chat between the voice and the Pirates offensive coordinator, Donnie Kirkpatrick. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back when we return. We roll on the Bud Light pregame tailgate, hour number 3. We'll hear from Double B, Brian Bailey, live from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. Get his thoughts on this matchup. We'll also ask him how his Thanksgiving went with the Cowboys losing to the Raiders. That's on the way when we return on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar. In appreciation of ECU's awesome season, the Rick House is giving ticket holders to the Cincinnati game 10% off their meal, excluding alcohol. That's right, come either this Friday, Saturday, or Sunday with your ticket and get 10% off all menu items. We look forward to serving you, and let's go Pirates! The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates in ENC. Open 7 days a week. Plus, the Buck has live music every night, along with football. The Buck has a brand new 15-foot 4K screen, the only one in Greenville, and over 18 big screens with all your college and pro action. Sunday Fun Day will also be stocked with the biggest Bloody Mary and Mimosa bar, along with the NFL Sunday Ticket and food trucks out back. Check out the Buccaneer Music Hall. Open every day, noon until 2 a.m., with live music every night, and now football and food trucks during the day. BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in Eastern North Carolina. With Blackwood and Mills Creek in Greenville, Dalton's Cove in Farmville, and Belmar and Ayden, these are just a few of the developments featuring BMS Builders homes. They can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or East Carolina football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. BMS Builders. Give them a call at 916-1578 for BMS Builders. Hey, it's Troy D, proud ECU grad of the class of 94. The holidays are just around the corner, and my friends at Tailgate Classics have a deal that you don't want to miss. Starting Friday, November 19th at 11 a.m., they will be dropping a new shipment of over 75 items, including vintage tees, hoodies, hats, and special vintage merchandise from the Peach Bowl, the Liberty Bowl, the Hawaii Bowl, and so much more. Stop by the store on Evans Street and receive a free koozie with every purchase, or visit them online at shoptailgateclassics.com.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza, homemade lemonade.
Hey, Pirate Nation, are you ready for some Warren's hot dogs? Warren's Original Hot and Judy's Mild Sweet Chili Hot Dogs have been the official hot dog of sports fans for over 30 years. Pick up a tailgate special this football season of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. Warren's in Greenville across from Ron Ayers Motorsports and the new Chocowinity location next to the fire department. Warren's Hot Dogs. Want some? Get some. Go Pirates.
This is Holton Aayers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss a show on Pirate Radio? Well, listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, you're rolling right along here on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Got Texas K-State going on, 17-16, Wildcats lead in that one as they play in the third quarter. Some basketball games going on as well. Kansas with an 8-point lead over Dayton in the first half. UConn and VCU, 1-point Rams lead over the Huskies there in that one. A quick look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
All right, let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line and talk to the host of the Brian Bailey Show, WNCT Channel 9 Sports Director Brian Bailey, joining us today on the program. Bailey, how you doing, man?
Not bad. Happy game day on Black Friday.
Yes, sir. Did you have a good Thanksgiving?
Had a great Thanksgiving for most of it.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Moving on. How about the game today, Double B? Do the Pirates have a shot to stick with and somehow beat this undefeated Cincinnati Bearcats team?
Well, I think most certainly the Pirates have a shot. Obviously, they're playing with a lot of confidence right now, and it's going to come down to the same old things that come down in college football. The Pirates can't afford a lot of penalties, can't afford a lot of mistakes, turnovers, that kind of thing. When you're playing a team that has better talent, which Cincinnati does have better talent than East Carolina at this point, in time. But I think that, and Cincinnati, what worries me about the game is that Cincinnati has had a couple of games where they kind of sleptwalked through the game and won the game. Now, last week they woke up, certainly, and blew out a really good SMU team. If that team shows up today, the Pirates are going to really have a difficult time staying with the Bearcats. But if Cincinnati comes to town, we talked earlier this week about the pucker factor. I mean, it's a chance. Cincinnati's got a chance to really do some things that a lot of people thought the American and the Group of Five could never do. But they're still 2 tough games away from doing that, and they still got to hope that they stay fourth in the college football playoffs. So they've got work to do. They've got to continue to impress the voters and do what they've got to do. But they've also got to win. And East Carolina's kind of playing with house money. I mean, the Pirates have their bowl game, in their back pocket. They're looking forward to the holidays. There's going to be a bowl game in the Pirates' future, and so it's kind of an intriguing matchup. And I think that the Pirate fans evidently have answered the call because the tailgating lots are packed. It's really a neat Friday in Greenville right now.
Yeah, I was going to bring that up next, Bailey. Eric Ward, the marketing team, has done all they can to get Pirate fans in the seats for this game, and judging by the parking here at UBE and how active it's been, looking at the video of the Pirate Walk, looks like this is the most excited people have been for a game in a while. Kind of a shame, obviously, that it falls the day after Thanksgiving, so you just have more people out of town. But you're there, Bailey. That's going to be, I don't know if it'll be like this, but I did compare it earlier this week. Could be like the Houston Conference Championship game where it was not packed, but man, it was energetic. It was loud. It was a fun atmosphere. Could be one of those today at Dowdy Ficklin.
Yeah, it really could be. I'll never forget that day here at Dowdy Ficklin. I mean, that was everybody had hoped for a packed house, but it's just hard to get that many people that late in the season. And obviously, that was championship weekend that the Pirates had a chance to host, and that was a great atmosphere. I think this is going to be an outstanding atmosphere as well. And I hope all the students that could get to Greenville for the game will come back, and they've got the free tickets to go with them, the 4 tickets. So I'm hopeful that they can fill the boneyard up, and I think it's going to be, it's going to be a great atmosphere. If you're coming to the game and you're deciding whether you want to bring a coat or not, I vote for the coat, because especially on the press box side is already shaded over, and the wind is just whipping around. So it's going to be a rather cool afternoon. Not too cold for football, obviously, but if you're coming to Dowdy Ficklin, I would definitely pack the coat.
Vote for coat, says Double B, Brian Bailey. Bailey, Holton Aayers and this offense playing their best football at the right time late in the year. Here's one for you. Will this be Holton Aayers' last game at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium for the Pirates?
Well, if I'm a betting man, I would say no, it's not. But I don't know what he's being told as far as his future is concerned. And talking to the people I've talked to, it sounds like he wants to see if he can get a shot in the NFL, what kind of shot that would be. And if the NFL people tell him he needs another year at quarterback at East Carolina, then I think he'll stay, which is what I think is going to happen. But I haven't talked to Holton personally about it because I know it's a very personal matter. I'm good friends, obviously, with Morgan and his family. But it's kind of one of those deals we just kind of have to wait and see because this is his life and what he wants to do, and I hope it works out best, whichever way it goes. Selfishly, I hope he comes back for another year because I think the Pirates are going to be absolutely loaded for bear next year. They know how to win now. They'll go into that season with confidence. Can you imagine the state game next year? Man,
I'm already thinking about it, Bailey. The build-up to NC State coming here for the season opener. It's going to be awesome.
Right, yeah. I mean, just think about all the months that we'll have without football to think about that. But we got some football to play this year first. So let's get through the Cincinnati game. Let's go to the bowl game and have a good game there. and go from there.
All right, Brian Bailey joining us. You can check out his game day video on our social media sites. Bailey was up in the coach's booth calling some offensive plays, and then he found out he was in the defensive room. That was
It was kind of funny. We found that out later. We kind of just went off the cuff with that one. kind of a different type deal. We got it in a can, but yeah, I looked down and saw the defensive phone and had a good time with it.
Yeah, you're fired as offensive coordinator, Bailey, but you're hired as the defensive coordinator. So
that'll work.
Call a good game today. Bailey, thanks for joining us, man.
All right, y'all take care.
BB, Brian Bailey joining us today on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We got K-State, Texas. K-State up 1 in that one last night. Ole Miss beating Mississippi State in the Egg Bowl. Ole Miss tweeted this out about 20 minutes ago. Ole Miss football. It says, in Starkville and looking for Black Friday deals, we've got you covered. And they had a link to click, Amazon.com. And here is what is on that list. Baking Without Eggs. It's a book. There's also a book, Dairy-Free Ice Cream, 75 Recipes Made Without Eggs. Peter Rabbit, The Tale of the Missing Egg. That's pretty good. Let's see. Chippendale Rescue Rangers, The Case of the Missing Egg. There's a Batman book, Batman in the Case of the Missing Egg. If you don't get it by now, Ole Miss won the Egg Bowl, and no eggs for the folks in Starkville and Mississippi State this year.
That is just some excellent content right there.
There's another cookbook, Eggless Possibilities. That sounds good.
You like that one, Shirley?
Mm-mm.
Nobody liked that one. That's why I moved on so quickly.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
You're not that guy, pal.
All right, so nice little troll job there by Ole Miss. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back. When we return, we will talk to the co-host of the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show. He will be alongside after the game. Billy Weaver joins us to preview East Carolina and Cincinnati. We are back with you after this.
What you got there, Dad? Oh, man, the new Bacon Mania lineup from Papa John's. Oh, it's the triple bacon pizza, topped with full strips of bacon. Woo, that smell of bacon through the house has everyone showing up. And I mean everyone. It's the season of bacon at Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or just have the blahs? Maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness on East 10th Street in Greenville offers IV hydration that can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, even fix a hangover. Locally owned and operated, the team at Revive Health and Wellness are experienced and licensed registered nurses that will assist you in preparing for your IV session. Call or text today with questions or to set an appointment with Revive Health and Wellness. 252-350-1805. That's 252-350-1805.
Mercer Glass is clearly different.
Hi, this is Todd Mitchum with Mercer Glass, Eastern North Carolina's most complete glass company. Mercer Glass specializes in windows, shower doors, auto glass, and mirrors. We can install or repair almost anything made of glass in your home or business. So give us a call at Mercer Glass. That's 752-5101. That's 752-5101.
North Carolina State Parks is proud to announce that they have partnered with the Hometown Strong program. Our visitor centers are now equipped with public Wi-Fi to help kids with school. Remote learning has become a critical public health measure in maintaining social distance and continuing to educate our young people. Take advantage of Wi-Fi and a hike at Goose Creek State Park or a day trip to the beach and access remote learning at Fort Macon State Park. For more information, visit hometownstrong.nc.gov.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Boise State still holding on to that 16-13 lead over San Diego State in the third quarter. Kansas State is clinging to a 1-point lead over Texas in the third quarter. 17-16 is that score. Central Michigan leads Eastern Michigan 17-10 in the third. Utah State has jumped out to a 28-0 lead over New Mexico in the second, and Nebraska holding on to that 7-0 lead over number 16 Iowa in the second quarter. College basketball, Dayton trails Kansas 37-27. It's VCU 25, UConn 20 in the first half. Omaha trails Purdue 26-3 in the first. Boston College has a 16-9 lead over Columbia. Clemson and Charleston Southern underway. The Tigers lead 10-9 in the first half. Georgia Tech beats Georgia Southern by a final of 61-59. That is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. You can follow them on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck.
The Buck.
Not a lot of enthusiasm there.
The Buck!
Thank you, Chandler Honeycutt. Texas kicks a field goal seconds ago to take a 19-17 lead. Pirate Hoops, Saturday, 1 o'clock at Minges Coliseum. And the ECU women's basketball team has been perfect at home this year. They take on Campbell coming up Sunday at 1 o'clock. So an opportunity to go see Pirate Hoops coming up this weekend at Minges Coliseum. We will now head out to the Fixed NC Live line as we roll on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll talk to the co-host of the U.S. Sailor Fifth Quarter Call-In Show. Been a fun year on the fifth quarter because the Pirates have been winning, and it's so much fun. We're going to do it one more time after today as the Pirates will be in a bowl game. But Billy Weaver will join us on the regular season finale coming up later on this afternoon. Weave, how you doing, man?
Pirate Radio tailgate, and the tailgate atmosphere today is awesome, man. You know, earlier in the year, I was thinking about this game and thinking, you know what, the day after Thanksgiving's always tough, and you know, who knows where we're going to be sitting record-wise by then, and who knows if, you know, there's even going to be anybody at this game. Not the case. Of course, East Carolina, you know, on a winning streak, playing an incredible team in Cincinnati. There's a lot of energy out here, Clip. It's really, really awesome to see.
And, yeah, we're feeling it, you know, a few blocks away from Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium here at UBE. It was packed when I got here this morning at around 11 o'clock, and it is still packed now with people going in. And it's kind of eerie when we hit that. Let's see, it'll be 2:30 in about 10 minutes. About 2:45, 3 o'clock, UBE will turn into a ghost town because everybody will be at the game by then. So it's got that old school feeling we've going into this kickoff against Cincinnati.
It really is, and it's been a long time coming. You know, East Carolina fans have always been great, especially when it comes to football. Football is king around here, and when East Carolina's football team is playing well, the fans show up, they're rowdy, and they're having a good time. This does feel like, you know, a few years back before the 3-9 seasons, you know, when East Carolina was winning. It's crazy because to think about it, you know, we've talked about this a little bit, that the football players on this team and students that are here at East Carolina, that are even seniors have never really experienced this, and this is the first time. So it's nice to have a renewed energy, and it's nice to have a winning football program again.
Yeah, and after the Memphis win, I kind of felt like, all right, mission accomplished. We crossed the finish line. Luckily, the players didn't feel that way. They went out and got win number 7 against Navy. A lot of momentum for the Pirates heading into this game. And, of course, Cincinnati hasn't lost a regular season game in a long, long time, Billy. So they got a lot of momentum on their side. They also have all the pressure in the world on their side. So it sets up a fascinating matchup. Can the Pirates hang in there early? Cincinnati has played some close games. Last week, they got up big early against SMU and cruised. So they're going to try to do the same thing today, have a walk in the park as they're prepped for an AAC championship against Houston for East Carolina. It's their job to make Cincinnati feel a little pressure early in this game today.
Yeah, and there's no doubt that Cincinnati, their game plan is to come in and smack East Carolina in the mouth right off and get the crowd out of it. That's just a game plan that is being talked about in the locker room. Now, if East Carolina can sustain maybe a punch in the mouth early on, keep this game close and keep it close throughout, this could be a very interesting game in the fourth quarter. The Pirates just can't allow Cincinnati to come in and take a big early lead, and I think that has to do with turnovers too. If East Carolina can protect the football, I think they'll be okay. Cincinnati's going to score some points. They are. But East Carolina can score as well. This could well be a score game that goes into the mid-30s between these two teams. So there's going to be some scoring. The Pirates just have to limit turnovers. They can't give Cincinnati extra possessions because that could prove to be devastating.
Yeah, Cincinnati's been good at takeaways. Talked about it earlier with Jeff Charles, all the interceptions they have, Billy, and they have 2 guys at cornerback that will be playing in the NFL. And Igo brought up a good point earlier, too, that kind of the rubber match between ECU's receivers, specifically C.J. Johnson, and Cincinnati's secondary, specifically Kobe Bryant, who was torched by C.J. 2 years ago. Last year, Cincinnati got the better of ECU's offense in a big way. So kind of the rubber match, he's setting it up here today. That is just fascinating. East Carolina's passing attack against this Cincinnati secondary, which is one of the best in the country.
Yeah, that matchup between C.J. Johnson and Kobe Bryant is going to be one I'm absolutely going to keep an eye on because if I'm Cincinnati, if I'm Kobe Bryant, if I'm the defensive coordinator for Cincinnati, you know what I'm telling Kobe? Get in his head. Get him to make a mistake. Get him to let his emotions get away with from him, because we know here at East Carolina, CJ's an emotional player. He really is. Very talented player, but sometimes he has to keep his emotions in check. And he's been able to do that here recently, but this is a huge game. If I'm Cincinnati, I'm going right at CJ and talking as much as I can to see if I can get him out of his game. That is going to be a crucial matchup, and it's going to be crucial. On the flip side, if I'm Donnie Kirkpatrick, I've already had that discussion with CJ. You cannot take us out of this game. Go out there, play with emotion, play with intensity, play with heart. We love that about you, but you got to keep it in check.
And, Billy, Pirates need to play well on special teams today. Cincinnati has a good kick returner. We saw Navy take one to the house last week. It happened against Houston, and we've been talking about it all year, Billy, where special teams has been kind of even. Now, Owen Daffer has taken a step forward, and, of course, John Young's been good throughout, but kick coverage a bit of concern heading into this game.
Yeah, and you know what? East Carolina has had, at times, that glimpses of where, you thought somebody, Tyler Snead or somebody was going to break one. What a great day to be able to break a big play on special teams for East Carolina. And speaking of special teams, I'm looking at the stadium right now, and the flags above Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium are at full mast. They are sticking straight out. The wind is blowing like crazy. So that could be another issue here today as far as special teams. So I think special teams, if this is going to be a close game today, which I'm hoping it is in the fourth quarter, special teams could play a huge role in the outcome of this game.
We've enjoyed it, and we will enjoy another fifth quarter coming up today. Looking forward to hanging out with you, taking calls from the Pirate fans. The Pirate fans, man, they're back in full force here this year on the fifth quarter. I didn't know if it would ever return to its highest point as it has, but it certainly has this year, and you've done a great job with it. So looking forward to wrapping up the regular season with you after the game today.
Yeah, it's going to be fun, and I tell you what, the only thing that I'm going to miss is, I'm at the game, and I try to leave probably midway through the fourth quarter to get set for the post-game show. Clip, let me just say it right now. If this is a close game in the fourth, or East Carolina's leading, and they have a potential, and I really think they're going to win this game, I might have to stay and storm the field. And then make a late entrance into Pirate Radio. I don't know if I could handle missing that.
Look, Chandler is already saying me too. Shirley and I will do what we always do, and that's show up to work and get the job done.
I might be late too.
We'll hold down the fort, I reckon.
Hey, I can join you by phone, it's funny because I talked to a few of the police officers that are around Dowdy-Ficklin earlier, and I said, are you guys ready for a storming of the field? And they both say, we've talked about that, and you know what, if it happens, it happens. I even had one police officer said, well, they're going to have to beat me to the field. They're going to storm the field as well.
You know what, Billy, you worked all these Saturdays and for all these games your entire career. It'd be great if you could actually storm the field your first year not working the game. That'd be great for you.
I have never done that. I have been on the field at Dowdy-Ficklin for stormings of the field working, but not as well. Actually, I was as a student here back in '91.
Yeah.
So, but it's been since then. It's been a long time since I've been able to quote unquote storm the field. Now, I won't get into the scrum with the young folks because this old body can't handle a whole lot of contact anymore. But I will partake in the festivities if that happens.
Sounds good, Weave. Enjoy it. Have fun out there, and we'll talk to you after the game, man.
All right, it is fun. You can probably hear the music in the background. People are out here having a great time.
Man, great to have a fantastic game day atmosphere at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. There's Billy Weaver joining us today on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, and just like that, we are on to hour number 4. We will take a time out, come back, enjoy some great Cucinella's Pizza. This would be number 3 that I've housed. 1 per hour. It's not bad.
I've got 2.5 down.
2.5?
Yeah.
2 pieces down, 1 Italian ice down.
Oh, yeah. What flavor Italian ice did you have?
Watermelon.
The watermelon, and there are 3 flavors left. There's 2 lemons, and then I think it's a berry one.
Okay.
Or it looks like it anyway. But anyway, you guys don't claim it. I'm going after it.
Get after it. Go get it. All right.
T-minus 1 hour, baby.
1 hour until East Carolina and Cincinnati go at it at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium. We'll take a timeout, come back, have a live tailgate report when we return out of the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. Just 1 minute ago, Pirate Radio tweeting out some legends at the tailgate zone. How about Lester Lyons hanging out?
Oh, nice.
Former Pirate basketball great. And the big fella Mark Washington hanging out at the Pirate Radio tailgate zone. We'll check in with Troy D when we return after this.
Do you suffer from allergies, asthma, or any other sinus problems? Perhaps professional cleaning of your air ducts could help. Family owned and operated in Winterville for over 22 years, Carolina Quality Air was the first certified duct cleaning company in Eastern North Carolina. From residential to commercial, they can handle any size job, big or small, including our studios here at Pirate Radio. Carolina Quality Air uses a sanitizer that kills mold in your ductwork and over 100 viruses, including the coronavirus. Visit them online at carolinaqualityair.com.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with Copy Pro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. Copy Pro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at Copy Pro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
Copy Pro. We are the professional office systems people.
Are you suffering from anxiety, sleep issues, or chronic pain? Have you heard of CBD? Hemp Garden of Greenville is your premium CBD provider in Eastern North Carolina. Find yourself experiencing increased aches and pains as the cooler months roll in? Hemp Garden offers an assortment of pain-relieving topicals, including lotions, creams, and muscle rubs. Visit Hemp Garden to speak with a CBD specialist in a relaxed and welcoming environment today. Exclusive discounts are offered to first-time customers. Hemp Garden, located at 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
that's for you. Answer the call from patients who need plasma. Donations are down, so give plasma at a Grifols center and receive compensation. Visit grifolsplasma.com. Gonna get that? Answer the call from patients who need plasma and receive up to $700 your first month when you donate at a Grifols center. Visit grifolsplasma.com.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's Clip Brock.
Shirley, you know what's coming up soon?
What would that be?
It's almost treasure chest season.
Why, yes. Yes, it is.
Excitement time.
Excitement time!
So we got some good football and some really good giveaways coming up for you. Right here on Pirate Radio, we're with you every weekday, 3 to 6 on Pirate Radio Live, but not this weekday because it is a football game day in Greenville, North Carolina, and all you need to know that is some eyeballs, because you look around, man, it has been awesome here in downtown Greenville with UBE locked and stocked and loaded, and I'm still seeing pictures of the Pirate Walk that took place earlier. Videos, looks like that thing was packed, and it looks like it's a fun time out at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone as well. Troy D standing by for this regular season finale, and Troy, looks like a fun one out there today.
Man, Cliff, it is bumping out here. It's a good thing we're outside and the fire marshal can't shut us down because we are exceeding capacity. This place is rocking and rolling, and the atmosphere, it almost reminds me of the way, dare I say it, the way things used to be, guys. And I tell you what, boy, a win today would go a long way to keep those ways going. And, man, this has been incredible. We've had a who's who of people and friends and celebrities stop on by the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone today. And I grabbed one guy out here who is one of my personal favorite basketball players of all time. You know him, you love him. He's Lester Lyons, former Pirate alum, current Pirate, always a Pirate great, a living legend as far as I'm concerned. Lester, great to see you. Thanks for being at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone. How you been?
I've been well, man. Thank you for inviting me.
Now you're a basketball guy, but how much are you enjoying football tailgating here?
Man, I love it, man. This is a great atmosphere. I love to see the people come back and enjoy the game and show that Pirate spirit that we have.
The younger Pirates out there, one of the all-time great shooters, the ECU basketball, Lester Lyons. We were in college at the same time together. What are you doing nowadays?
Now I'm living in Charlotte, North Carolina, working with a laboratory, doing some toxicology and COVID testing.
Do you still ever hoop it up in the backyard, maybe in the driveway or in the gymnasium every once in a while?
I hate to say it, but I'm done. I'm done.
This might be a good chance for me to go one-on-one, 1v1 versus Lester Lyons. He's a little rusty. I still think you could probably smoke me.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard.
Well, it's great to see you out here. What is your prediction for ECU Cincinnati? This is a big-time atmosphere, number 4 team in the country. What do you think the Pirates can do today?
I think today is the biggest win in football history at East Carolina. We upset them. We beat them. It's not going to be an upset. We're going to beat them.
I love it, and I would love to see the field get stormed and the goalposts get taken down.
Like the old days.
Exactly. That's a great seeing you, my friend. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cliff, that's Lester Lyons here at the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone, and, man, we are thankful for our sponsors, too. Chef's Grill out of Washington, an amazing job with our food today. Jason Shepard, who has provided such awesome brisket sliders, mac and cheese, chili, and, of course, Carolina Eagle distributing with our awesome Budweiser products, and Menzies Bottling Group with our Pepsi products today. So couldn't do it without our sponsors. So awesome. We still got about an hour until kickoff, but, man, it is bumping out here at the tailgate zone. And I hope that bodes well for this crowd. I reported a couple days ago, guys, if the student pickup continues, could be close to 40,000 a day inside Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium, which would be a phenomenal crowd considering it's a holiday weekend, school is out. So we'll see if that can happen. But by the sights of things right now, it's very possible. I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio. For the final tailgate report of the year, always makes me sad.
Hopefully you'll be tailgating at a bowl game, Troy D. I don't know what you're talking about.
Good point. Final home tailgate of the year.
There you go.
Let me clarify.
All right. Good stuff. Great to hear from a Pirate legend. Lester Lyons was on the team the last time East Carolina made it to the NCAA tournament, and he's calling for a Pirate victory today over the Cincinnati Bearcats. Surely, if the Pirates win today, going to have to play some good defense, which they've been able to do for a lot of 2021. Blake Carroll has turned this unit around since joining the team in 2020 as the defensive coordinator. And Bruce Bivens has been here in the down times, and I'm happy for him and a lot of his teammates that they've been around and have been able to see it turn into a winning team, a winning season. And Bruce Bivens joins us Mondays on the Players Lounge. We always enjoy talking with him, and Jeff Charles was able to talk with him this week. Let's hear Jeff and Bruce one-on-one.
I visit now with Bruce Bivens. Bruce, I know you've had a little bit of a turf toe and you haven't always been 100%, but how's the toe for this week, and how do you feel physically?
I mean, it's fine. I mean, it's nothing that I can't, push through. I'm feeling good about this game. I'm ready to, compete with my teammates in my last football game in Dowdy-Ficklin. So, I'm really excited. So.
I would think you are, Bruce, and I know you guys have your nose to the grindstone, don't get a whole lot of opportunity this time of the year to really sit back and think about what you have gone through and really put that in your mind. But if you could, tell us what this journey has been like for you, because you're one of the survivors. You're one of the guys that are still here, and Coach Houston just mentioned how special you guys are to him. So tell us a little bit about your journey, and now here you are on the big stage with a great season this year. Has it been worth it?
Yeah, it's definitely been worth it. It's been real rough. When I first got here, we was losing and stuff like that. It's kind of depressing because growing up, we always wanted to come to a program where we could win and go to bowl games, win conference championships and stuff like that. And we wasn't able to do that early on, but now we got a chance to do that, and it feels great to see all your hard work show up. So it feels great, and it feels great to see everything work out.
Bruce, this is a fast week because you guys will play on Friday. Let's talk a little bit about Cincinnati. I know you guys already grinded on Cincinnati offensively. Desmond Ritter, he's on Heisman Trophy watch list. He's had a great year. Tell us a little bit about the Cincinnati quarterback and what you guys will have to do to defend him.
I mean, it's not an offense we haven't seen before. I mean, Desmond Ritter, he's a great quarterback. They got some great players, and we have great players too. So we just gonna stick within our scheme and play football.
Yeah, Bruce, Coach mentioned this in his press conference a little bit earlier today about how, with social media today and all the news that comes out and all that kind of thing, how much more difficult it is these days than it was a number of years ago before all of that. But you guys have been able to keep really focused this year as far as, in the building and out on the practice field. Where does all that focus come from, and how do you block out some of the other noise that Coach likes to talk about that's out there?
We just got one goal, is to be 1-0 each week, and we just focus on each other. We, Coach Houston harp on, block out the noise, don't drink the Kool-Aid, as he says, but, we just focusing on each other and what we got to do to win. So, we block out, all that noise and, focus on what we have to do.
That's Bruce Bivens.
All right, Bruce Bivens with Jeff Charles there from earlier this week. And the Pirate defense, we'll hear more about that coming up in just a moment when Jeff Charles goes one-on-one with Blake Harrell. But got their work cut out for him today. Desmond Ritter has really developed his game from really I don't know about run first, but definitely the best weapon in his arsenal was running the football. Now he can throw. They're very balanced and will be a huge test for East Carolina coming up in about 45 minutes or so. Let's take a break. We will come back. When we return, we'll hear from the defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell. When we return, we roll on hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 lease at $489 a month, 10,000 miles a year for 36 months for qualified buyers. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out. Like screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Pirate Radio.
It's going to change. I promise you. As I stand here, it will change. Okay, and when it does, that stadium, it's going to be rocking, and heaven help whoever walks in there to play us.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. Listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Boise State is now trailing number 21 San Diego State at 27-16 in the third quarter. Texas is now taking the lead over Kansas State 19-17 in the fourth. It is Central Michigan 17, Eastern Michigan 10 in the fourth quarter. Utah State has gone into the locker room at halftime with a 28-0 lead over New Mexico. Nebraska has tacked on another touchdown. They now lead number 16 Iowa 14-3 in the second quarter. UAB has jumped out to a 7-0 lead over UTEP in the first quarter. College basketball, Kansas leading Dayton 45-35 in the second half. VCU and UConn coming out of halftime, and they are tied at 30 apiece. Purdue leads Omaha 49-13. It is Boston College 33, Columbia 29, and Clemson leads Charleston Southern 26-20. That is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall, your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina, and they're open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now, during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule. and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Broad.
Alrighty, back with you. Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, Friday edition, our regular season finale edition, but we will be back with you for one more of these programs on a bowl game, for a bowl game, to be determined. We'll hopefully find that information out in the next week or so. Let's talk Pirate defense. East Carolina is allowing 25 points per contest. The Pirates are giving up 163 yards a game on the ground, and I always love the game after Navy when that passing number goes way down. East Carolina giving up 226 passing yards a game. Sounds like a very low number. Pirates giving up a total of 389 yards per contest. East Carolina on third downs defensively, that has been their strength. That has also been the strength offensively for Cincinnati. But the Pirate defense giving up just 33% on third downs. Opponents have converted 69% fourth downs for the year. So that'll be a key, third downs. And are they third and longs? Are they third and shorts? But East Carolina's been able to get off the field. Cincinnati has been able to stay on the field. Let's hear what Blake Harrell had to say this week leading up to this game as he went one-on-one with the voice Jeff Charles.
Well, Coach, let's talk about this Cincinnati offense. They average 40 points per game. They are number 8 in the nation in scoring. Desmond Ritter is up for the Heisman Trophy. He's got a lot of weapons. So tell us about these guys and what you'll have to do to defend them.
Yeah, we got a fun, challenging task ahead of us. Like you said, Desmond Ritter is as good a quarterback as there is. I mean, he's, he can do it all with his feet, with his arms, gets him in the right play, knows what look you're bringing, and has plenty of weapons around him. In the run game, is forward, and several other backs can do it as well. In the pass game, he's got tight ends that he feels, really, really comfortable with, and 81's, a guy that can get up and down the sideline, long strider. Out wide is 12, it's 7, it's 8, it's 21. So just a lot of weapons, big up front, athletic, and we've certainly got our work cut out for us. And we got to do a good job at, taking care of us and keeping Desmond Ritter, in the pocket. And if he gets out of the pocket, get him on the ground and bring pressure at certain times and change up the looks for him. So it's going to be a challenge. Our kids are excited about it and up for the challenge.
That's where he really hurts you, is when he brings the ball down and he runs the football. So, Coach, will you have a spy on him in the ball game?
Yeah, I think you got to do various things to account for his scrambling, whether it's bring pressure more than they can handle, or have a spy, or just have guys that have zone vision and quarterback eyes on him. So you got to mix it up on him. If you keep one look that he's going to see all game, he's going to certainly take advantage of you. So you got to define it different ways, spy with different guys, bring pressure different ways, drop it different ways. So, and we've been able to do that all year, regardless of who the quarterback is. So we can take a little bit from this game plan, a little bit from that game plan, and kind of mix it in to make a Ritter game plan out of it.
Coach, they did have to replace some offensive linemen, so they've got some new guys playing in the O-line. You always think about Cincinnati being big and strong on both sides of the line of scrimmage. Tell us a little bit about their O-line this year.
Yeah, I still think they're very well coached, obviously, and they do a really good job. You get out of the gap, they're going to make you pay in the run game, so they do a really nice job picking up pressures. You see them always pointing out pre-snap, post-snap, and just taking advantage of those, so nobody's running free in the backfield. They're not giving up a lot of plays, negative plays, tackles for losses. So they're still big, long. I think the guard, is 6'9", and the tackles are really long. And they're still good football players. If they had a kid get drafted off the O-line last year, and they probably got a couple guys they're going to play on Sundays as well up front. So certainly the challenge up there too.
Coach, I put a pencil to this 4-game win streak, and your defense has only given up 20.2 points per game. During these 4 games, I'll tell you what, that's come a long, long way. And these guys look like they're having so much fun playing in this defense. It must be fun to watch you see these guys have so much fun.
Well, yeah, certainly it's fun for me to be around them right now. And they playing a lot of confidence and just flying around, playing for each other, playing for the Pirates. And that's what it's all about. And as a coach, you like to see that, and that's the kind of atmosphere and program and defense you want to create. And just, that's why it's enjoyable to be in the office every day, be at work every day. They come in with a smile on their face, joking around, and then when it's time to go to work, time to go to practice, time to go prepare, they're all in. And we're excited to watch them play and just get after it and turn it loose and see what happens.
So, Coach, give us a couple of keys. Again, these guys have weapons all over the field. What's this defense going to have to do to keep them in check?
It's a couple of things. I think it starts with Ritter. Just don't give up the big play to him, whether it's through the air or on the ground. They like to take a shot early, and we got to stand that shot early down the field. I think they hit SMU first play of the game. UCF, they really had them first play of the game. Wide open, just missed it there. But we got to take care of those big shots down the field. Maintain him in the pocket if he gets out, be able to get him on the ground, and then their run game. I think they're back as second in the league in the conference in rushing, so we got to make sure that we hold him down and take care of that, and we don't give him any creases, because if he gets a crease, he can certainly take it to the house on you.
That's ECU's defensive coordinator, Blake Harrell.
All right, there is Blake Harrell. Tough challenge ahead of these Pirates. Cincinnati puts up a lot of points. Also, the best defensive talent East Carolina has seen on the field in 2021. We all know what's at stake for the Bearcats. They got to keep winning and stay in that top 4 in the college football playoff to be the first Group of 5 team ever to play in the playoff for East Carolina. They're looking for an 8-4 regular season, Shirley.
Yeah, and Clip, we just got this tweet just 2 minutes ago, and I don't really know why this is taking place, but today's kickoff has now been moved back to 3:50.
Probably because, is there a game on right now on ABC?
It's probably, that's what I'm thinking, that there may be some sort of delay with the game. A game.
Okay.
But ECU football just tweeted that out, that the kickoff is slated for 3:50 p.m. Eastern time.
About 3:50?
Yeah, about 3:50.
All right. So the game will start about 3:50 today at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. What is on ABC right now?
I don't know.
Okay.
General Hospital?
Pull up YouTube TV, because that's my account. Oh, never mind. No, do that too.
I'll see if what's on right now, or maybe if you know, you can tell us.
What the hell's going on around here?
Because I don't see a game on.
Who's on ABC?
I might be wrong.
Our kickoff time?
Anyway, all right, interesting. 3:50. That means.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they pushed it back. I was unaware that there was
straight confusion in this studio right now.
Well, the good news is, and maybe
what was that phrase I used this morning or earlier?
I wish I didn't have to go to work.
No, not that phrase.
Something about that's
about it.
That's going to be it, or that's I can't remember now.
That be it. Well, I don't remember what I said.
That will be the it.
That will be the it.
That will be the it. I tell you what, let's hear from Holton Aayers. He met with the media earlier this week, had a Q&A round table. Let's hear some of that right now.
With Holton Aayers, Holton, I was just thinking about this. Desmond Ritter is on the other sideline this week, and he's on the Heisman Trophy watch list, and everybody is talking about Desmond Ritter, and now, of course, Holton Aayers for East Carolina. This is a great quarterback matchup. Do you think about that at all?
I really don't. I think I try to stay away from stuff like that. I try to zone in on, our game plan and what we have to do. But I think it's a good matchup for both teams, really. They've got a lot of opportunity ahead of them to make history, but we're chasing history too over here. So just excited for this opportunity. This team has already had a special year. Both teams really have, and they're, each way. But I'm just excited for this opportunity.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for you guys. This is a national stage that's coming up, of course, as we know, on Friday. Let's talk about Cincinnati defensively. Holton, what have you seen on film with Cincinnati?
They're going to be big and physical. They're going to be one of the bigger teams we've played all year. A lot of man coverage, a lot of blitz. So our receivers out wide, they're going to have to make plays. They're going to have to win those one-on-one matchups, and I'm going to have to put the ball where it needs to be. That's really going to be the huge key to the game.
Remember a couple of years ago, the big game that C.J. Johnson had against Cincinnati? Man, that's probably the best game C.J.'s played, and it was against the Bearcats. So maybe that's a good thing going into this one.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot of the same guys on both teams. We're all older now. So, like I said, I think we match up good with them. Obviously, they match up good with just about everyone, just their size and everything. So, it's going to be a good matchup. We just got to go in there and execute the one-on-one matchups, like I said, and protect up front and get the right mic calls in. So just excited for it. Excited to be in Dowdy in front of our fans on a national stage.
Well, excitement is the word. There's no question about that, Holton. What do you do, though, to not be too hyped up, too excited for this game, and just go out there and play and execute like you guys have been able to do here the last few weeks?
Yeah, a lot of our offense, I mean, we've been here years now. I mean, I don't know how many career starts each of us have, but, I mean, we know that's just another game to us. Obviously, to the fans and everyone, it does, imply more. And it does to us, too, certainly, but we're not going to make it more than it is. It's just a game for us. We just got to go out there and execute, just like we do every week. Just stick to the game plan and stick to the way we play.
Well, for Holton Aayers, I believe this will be your 37th start coming up this week. That's a lot of football, isn't it, Holton?
Yeah, it is. I didn't even know that. Gosh, that's making me sound old now.
Well, I do my homework every week, so I know this is your 37th start coming up. So that's a lot of football. Needless to say, you're playing the best you've played in your career here, especially the last few weeks. What's turned for you, Holton, and what's turned for this offense?
Yeah, I just think a lot of things have. I mean, I just think that this team's finally playing good ball. I mean, I think the program's finally flipped. We finally, got clear minds to just go out there and play the way that ECU should play. And we've bought into this system for years now, and it's starting to pay off. And these guys who have been there through the dark days are now, seeing the other side of this thing. So it's just been a blessing to be a part of it, and just keep doing what we're doing and keep fighting.
How exciting is it when you come back to the airport and you see all those Pirate fans there, and I see your family there and your brothers and your dad and everybody there? It's really special, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's the ECU that I grew up watching. That's the ECU that I grew up loving. So just like I said, it's going to be, whenever I do decide to leave, I'm just going to be emotional because flipping this program has been one of the greatest things I've ever done, and one of the things I'm always going to be proud of.
And that was your goal, wasn't it? I mean, this program was down, and you come here, and you've been a big Pirate fan your whole life and a Greenville guy your whole life. And, Holton, has that been like a dream of yours, a goal of yours, that you're going to be at least one of the guys that turns this thing around here?
Yeah, it is. When I committed here, I knew I was, 17 at the time. I knew that there was going to be a lot of hard days, a lot of hard nights. But I knew that if I just kept fighting and stuck to myself, that it would all work out, and it has. And I've just... Me and Steve were talking the other day, we don't know how we stuck through what we stuck through the years that we did, but we're certainly glad we did now.
Yeah, it's been all worth it. That's Holton Aayers.
Jeff Charles one-on-one with the Pirate quarterback Holton Aayers as we get you ready for kickoff, East Carolina and Cincinnati. Let's take another timeout. We'll come back. We will get you ready for today's game, the other action going on, and more with Brian North. He joins us on the Fixed NC Live Line when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We roll on right after this.
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers.
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Norm Bryant with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Blake Carroll, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. You can watch the Pirate Radio live show Monday through Friday from 3 until 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. All you got to do is go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on the subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right, just put out a video on our social media of East Carolina taking the field for warm-ups in the black uniforms. And with the kickoff, now moving back to 350, already some fans in the stands, fans welcoming in the players. Feels like a game day.
Oh, baby.
I kind of
fired up.
I'm a little jelly that I'm not going now. Got extra ticket, Chandler? Can you take me with you?
Nope.
You
snooze, you lose.
It's going to be a fun one out there at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium today. We'll see if the Pirates can hang with those Bearcats. Let's talk to Brian North about that right now as he joins us on the Fixed NC Live line. Brian, I hope you and the fam had a good Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we did. You know, it's had a stomachache for a while, good nap afterwards, so I think that qualifies as success. There was no family arguments about politics or sports, so I would call that successful.
Good. I wonder what your girls will be arguing about 5 to 10 years from now at the Thanksgiving table. It's going to be fun.
Well, right now it's over Play-Doh and you touched me and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, yeah.
The normal stuff for that age.
Yeah, it's already started, but yeah, it's usually quick, short-lived, and separate and move on. So.
There you go. Brian, Pirates, Bearcats, East Carolina playing a regular season finale with, importance, with excitement for the first time in a long time, and really the last regular season game with stakes for East Carolina since 2015 when Cincinnati was here and kicked a field goal to keep East Carolina from going to a bowl game. So Cincinnati was the spoiler that day. Today, East Carolina playing the role of the spoiler, trying to keep them out of a college football playoff. A ton on the line today for Cincinnati. So they got some pressure as they roll in here to Dowdy Ficklin Stadium.
I'm real curious as to how they're going to do that, right? Last week when they played SMU, it seemed like they rose to the challenge. You wonder maybe they were bored earlier this year. And now with so much to play for Friday, how motivated are they? How motivated is ECU? Is ECU just living off those good feelings? I mean, there's not a lot of pressure for them today. And so, yeah, I'm curious how Cincinnati plays with the pressure. You know, they beat Notre Dame earlier this year. I want to know if they can turn it on today. And if they do turn it on, how does ECU respond? Do they, in that situation, rise to the challenge themselves? So it's a curious game, right? There's not a lot on the line for ECU except for pride. And sometimes I think Pirate fans would rather have this scenario that taking on undefeated Cincinnati than they would if to get into a conference championship game and not have Cincinnati, undefeated at this point. I think there's such a pride factor with this game today for Pirate fans. So I'm just curious how they'll rise to the challenge of this game when there's nothing changes for ECU.
Yeah.
I'd have made a national narrative of perspective, but nothing really changes if they win and lose today.
From a bowl perspective, yes, there is still a shot, Brian. And think about if East Carolina beats Cincinnati and then goes on to beat, Coastal Carolina or an ACC team in a bowl game. I mean, we could be talking about a top 25 at the end of the rankings here for East Carolina.
Well, and if Holton comes back next year and all those other things,
yeah.
We're talking even next year going into that. So when I say there's not a lot to play for, there's still pride. You're right. There's bowl games. There's all those things. And you look, when you're talking about the program going forward, I mean, the perception of that 8-4 is a lot different, right?
Yeah.
Number 8 next year, that looks a lot better going into next year. And look, and it also starts attracting people to Mike Houston. I don't know if you guys have talked about that at all. His name's starting to circulate at the job openings and how serious that is just in 3 years. But look at his MO. I mean, he's been 3 years just about everywhere, and then he moves on. So does that interest ramp up if you go and you beat a nationally ranked Cincinnati and then go to a bowl game and finish with 9 wins in your 3rd year with a program that can do anything? There's so many subplots that go along with that. So, yeah, there is still something to play for, and there is sort of that pride that's on the line. And you know, is it going to make a difference in recruiting? I don't know. I think they're recruiting really well already, and just beating Cincinnati, add to that, I don't know at this point. But I do know that the culture seems to have changed. I know, wasn't there talk of people wanting him fired after South Carolina, after maybe Central Florida? And all of a sudden, what a difference a few weeks makes. And now he's the guy whose name is being mentioned for coaching vacancies.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the same with Holton Aayers. People were ready to get him out of there, move on, and now a lot of the same people are hoping he comes back for another year at quarterback. So that's the way it goes.
Right, and you know, that's going to be more of what the NFL scouts have to say about him, and they don't evaluate, they don't do those perspectives until the regular season's over with to figure out in the rankings where he could possibly go draft. So we'll have to wait and see where all that works out. But you know, I think after the way he's finished this season, I think everybody kind of would like to see him back. I mean, I think most people would. I don't know. You know how the divisive it is when it comes to Holton Aayers when you talk about him. But the way he's played here at the end of the year has been much better. But that's really because of the offensive line and the running game and all these other things that have stepped up around him and helped him have more time to throw the ball.
All right, Brian, let's look at some other action. NC State still has something to play for, and that's potentially going to their first ACC championship. Now, they need to win, and they need some help. They need Wake Forest to lose to Boston College. But does that give them enough motivation to come out and take care of the Tar Heels tonight in Raleigh?
Well, I think the motivation just to beat the boys in blue is always there.
Yeah.
Then it's senior night. And then, oh, by the way, yeah, you can still go to an ACC championship game here. You can if you don't win. And you can if you do and you get some help. So, no, I think there's plenty of motivation for the Wolfpack. I want to know what the motivation is for Carolina, and do they have enough in their arsenal to go and try and upset the Wolfpack and keep them from doing all those things.
Rivalry weekend, you got Bedlam coming up, Oklahoma State. I haven't really followed it that closely, Brian, but I don't know. Does Lincoln Riley, is he on his last days at Oklahoma, does he look to go elsewhere, or does he stay there and continue to try to get this team to not just get to a playoff, but finally win a championship?
You know, that's a great question. I mean, you'd have to talk to Lincoln about that. It seems like Oklahoma would be his dream job, and he'd want to stay there forever.
Yeah.
Anybody who wants to go to LSU and deal with that crazy stuff, I don't know, man. I mean, I get that the money is there, but if you're at Oklahoma and you're going to the SEC and you're already at the pinnacle of college football, unless they're trying to run you out of town, I don't know why you'd want to go to basically a lateral, maybe even a move back to a place like LSU, unless you want to embrace that Bayou craziness.
Yeah, it's a tough call. And with all the money Oklahoma can pour in, and they're going to the SEC, the grass isn't always greener. Some of these coaches always feel like it is, but look, we saw Skip Holtz get fired today from Louisiana Tech, and he made the move to South Florida, and as Jeff Charles pointed out, he's now been fired at 2 places in a row. If you look at it that way.
How did he get fired from Louisiana Tech with everything he's done there? I mean, they've been to a bunch of bowl games and they're competitive. They're a 7-8 win team almost every year. That's crazy.
Good question. I don't know, but Skip Holtz, we'll see if he resurfaces somewhere. Hey, he could turn into the next Lou Holtz and be with Mark May on TV. Who knows?
Yeah, it'd be interesting. But, let me go back to Lincoln Riley real quick. I think the only place that would make sense to me for big money in the NFL, I can see where he'd go there. I just don't see it as a college place that makes sense for. He's a Texas guy, but he's close enough in Oklahoma. So I don't know. NFL would be the only thing I could see him going. But you want to strike when the iron's hot a lot of times too. Skip Holtz, maybe he stayed too long at Louisiana Tech because he had some really good seasons there.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm not a coach. These guys know a million times more than I ever will, but Mike McCarthy has no clue what he's doing, so maybe that Cowboys job will be open up soon, Brian.
Look, that wouldn't surprise me either, right? Jerry Jones is an Oklahoma guy, so who knows, man?
All right, Brian North joining us. Brian, this is way off your radar and way past your bedtime, so I imagine you won't be watching Duke and Gonzaga tonight, right?
I knew it was happening.
Hey, that's good. That's a start.
That is a start because I did some Duke highlights the other morning on the newscast and saw that they were playing Gonzaga, and so that interests me. I know Gonzaga's number one and is having a really good season, obviously coming off the national championship, so it is kind of on my radar. Where I'll be up tonight because of the blitz,
That's true. You will be up. Yeah.
Maybe I can catch the second half of that. That's a great idea, Flippy.
J.H. Rose, shout out to my my enemy, my nemesis, Will Bland and those guys playing a home game tonight against Scotland. 7:30 kickoff. Brian, what else is going on this Friday night?
Well, Tarboro, the number 1 seed in 1A, is back home. They'll be taking on Northampton County. They shouldn't have any problems getting back into the Eastern Championship game. Then you've got Northside of Beaufort County. They're going to be hosting a Pender school that is kind of come out of nowhere. And so Northside trying to get back in the 1A Eastern final again. And then we've got Wallace Rose Hill, what might be the highest scoring game. Well, it'll be interesting to see who scores more points, Gonzaga Duke or Wallace Rose Hill at Northeastern football. Last time they played up there, it was 52-46 in a playoff game. So we expect another high-scoring affair in Elizabeth City tonight. And then Jacksonville is at Eastern Alamance trying to knock off the number 1 seed. Jacksonville wins, Rose wins. We have a rematch of that Tuesday night game that we had earlier this season when Rose beat Jacksonville in a really close contest. We'd love to have that in the Eastern final.
Good stuff, Nort. Have a good evening, man. We'll check you out on the Blitz, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, sounds good, Clippy.
There he is, Brian North, joining us on the Fixed NC Live Line. Nice rally by the Flyers of Dayton, and they are now up 5 on number 4 Kansas, 66-61. That game going on right now on ESPN, and you can check that out going on at the Wide World of Sports down at Walt Disney World as they're playing down there in Florida. And Dayton right now is rolling as they get a layup and lead by 7. They were down double digits in this game not that long ago. So nice comeback by the Flyers.
I enjoyed watching the Bills beat up on the Saints last night. Unfortunately, the news just broke. They have their star defenseman Tre'Davious White has torn his ACL and missed the remainder of the year for the Bills. Tre'Davious White was their first-round pick in 2017. Their next pick was not too many picks after that, and it was Zay Jones. So tough break for the Bills.
Yeah, I did not watch that. I was watching the Egg Bowl. Mississippi beat Mississippi State, but I did see that the Bills won that one over New Orleans, and I did watch the Raiders beat the Cowboys.
I bet you did.
I did. I watched it. My eyes were right there on that
too.
TV.
And what was that about at the end of the game with the back-to-back offside penalty?
First, you had a false start, right? And then you had an offside to move it back to where it was. Then you had another offsides penalty that gave him a first down. I guess at that point, it's a chip shot field goal. He was just trying to time the snap and get in there and block it.
And get in the kicker's head, but that didn't work.
Yeah. And I wonder, too, at that point, were the Cowboys like, hey, let's give them a first down, and maybe they fumble or something. Maybe they take the kicker off the field, mess with the mojo. So I didn't really hate it. But, yeah, that guy on back-to-back plays kept coming around the line early and getting in the backfield. So, anyway, glad to see the Cowboys lose is all I'm saying. And they did it to me again. I'm back in.
Oh, he's back. I'm back. I'm back.
I saw the graphic yesterday on TV. The Washington football team is in the hunt. I saw a tweet that said if the Niners beat the Vikings and if the Saints lose last night and if Washington wins, they'll be the 7th seed in the playoffs come Tuesday morning. So what the hell? I'm back in. I might as well get excited again.
The press release says, and I quote, I'm back.
They're showing a promo for the game, Washington, Seattle, Monday Night Football.
The signs.
Let's get excited one more time. Why not? You know what? Let's
Who do you guys
fun.
play again?
The Seattle Seahawks. The struggling Seahawks in Washington, Monday Night Football. Let's go. Let's get excited.
He's back.
Excitement time. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back when we return. We'll make our predictions. We'll make our fantasy picks. Make it, take it, right? Tyler Snead, 2 touchdowns last week.
But I had Keaton.
Do I have to go back to the numbers?
Oh, that's right. No, we did that in the call-in show. You did beat me. Because it had something to do with the yards.
Yards! I can't remember if we did that pre-game for the previous game or in the post-game show. I'll look it up.
Yeah, look it up.
All right. Well,
Google it up.
Be back with more after this.
This is Dr. Phil Perdue with Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. My colleagues and I recognize how difficult this time is for everyone in our community. We continue to see patients during the week while taking precautions to keep everyone safe. Our extended care clinic is now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. so you can avoid the emergency department for your urgent orthopedic care. For more information, please contact us at 757-2663 or visit our website at orthoeast.com.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Buick GMC Truck. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 GMC Sierra 1500. Save up to $3,000 off. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
When a storm hits, you can count on Greenville Utilities. They put their emergency storm plan into action to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. If you experience an outage, call them toll-free at 1-855-767-2482. The automated hotline can handle a large number of calls at once, virtually eliminating busy signals, so help can be on the way as fast as possible. Remember, GUC's emergency hotline number is 1-855-767-2482.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, with about 6 minutes to go in the game, San Diego State still holding on to a 27-16 lead over Boise State. Central Michigan has tacked on to their lead over Eastern Michigan, 24-10 is that score in the fourth quarter. Utah State holding on to that 28-0 lead over New Mexico. It is Nebraska 14, number 16 Iowa 6 in the third quarter. And UTEP and UAB are tied at 14 apiece in the second quarter. College basketball, Dayton leads Kansas 68-63. It is VCU 47, UConn 44. VMI trails New Orleans 48-41 in the second half. Purdue beating up on Omaha 74-26. It's Columbia 36, Boston College 46. Clemson handling Charleston Southern 54-33. Austin Peay and Howard are underway. They're tied at 8, and Tennessee Tech trails Tennessee 16-12. That is the Buck Scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. Is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, this is fun. The Jason Benetti from ESPN tweeted out a picture of Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, the field, He'll be calling the game.
He is the voice of the Chicago White Sox on their television, NBC Chicago.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
No,
and I know that because my roommate in college was a big White Sox fan. We used to watch White Sox baseball every night, and Jason Benetti does a great job at what he does.
All right. Big Jason Benetti guy, Chandler Honeycutt.
When I told my buddy, who's a White Sox fan, that he was calling the game, he was like, man, I'm going to definitely tune in now.
Chandler, enough.
Jason Benetti. I love that dude.
Did you see the response? Well, you retweeted.
I was trying to get to
you
that.
were trying to set that up. Okay.
Hey, but we got Benetti head over here.
Just a little bit excited.
Benetti Stan. All right. So he tweeted, first person you think of, and just put the picture out there. John Greenberg says David Garrard. Michael Mitchell said Jeff Blake. David Schultz says Blue Edwards. All right. We got some more Jeff Blake, some Ruffin McNeil. But I like the response from Wes Durham, voice of the Falcons.
Son of Woody Durham.
Son of Woody. ACC Network. He said the first person he thinks of is the legendary voice of ECU football, Jeff Charles. Good call.
Good call. I think of Clip Brock.
I think of Jason Benetti.
Cool, neat story.
CJ2K, Shane Carden, Skip Holtz, Skeletor,
Patrick Pinckney,
James Pinckney, Giovanni Ruffin, says Ross. So I don't know. I thought that was fun.
Q.
Sorry?
Q. AKA Quentin Cotton.
Q. I didn't know what you were saying.
Q.
Quentin Cotton. I would say 17. I don't know.
Dwayne Harris.
Like when I see that field.
Justin Hardy.
I don't know. I guess I equate that Pirate State of Mind more with Cardi Party than Dwayne. Even though Dwayne played on it. When did they get the State of Mind?
2009 Virginia Tech Thursday night ESPN. Tyrod Taylor was the starting quarterback.
This guy is just a walking encyclopedia of Pirate football and Jason Benetti. So Dwayne played 2 years without the State of Mind, or 1 year without the State of Mind.
Yeah, well,
either way.
He was here in 2007 was his freshman year.
So he played 7, 8, 9, 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rose's first year with Dominique.
Right.
But
I remember walking like up the stairs, and when we got to where you could see the field in 2009 and looking at the midfield logo and going, wait a minute, what's that? And thinking it was the coolest logo. And I still to this day think it's the coolest logo in college football.
And today you're going to walk in with your dad and say, hey, Daddy, look at logo. Yeah.
Look at logo. It's pretty.
Daddy, look.
Look, logo.
Chandler, it's been there for 12 years, son. You got to stop doing this every time we come to a game.
You're 23, dude. Really?
Daddy, look.
I love logo.
Look up, Jason Benetti.
Hey, look, Daddy. Jason Benetti.
Oh, my goodness.
Anywho.
I remember the first time I saw that logo when they unveiled it, and I thought, now, you know what? There have been some, I don't want to say some questionable changes to some of our logos that I kind of scratch my head and kind of go, But that one, hands down, I mean, the first time I saw it, I was like, that is the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
And that's the it.
And that's the it.
Shirley said, and that is the it.
And that is the it.
All right. Last week, Shirley Keaton Mitchell had 94 rushing yards and a touchdown. That would be 15.4 fantasy points. He added 4 catches for 19.4 and 42 yards for 23.6 fantasy points. Tyler Snead had 5 catches for 137 yards. That's 18.7 fantasy points. But where he burned you was the 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
To get him above 30.
Okay,
So-
no, the score wasn't close. So as far as the fantasy points go, so it must have been the week before because I think it was the week before. There was like a 2-point difference between me and you. So.
Well, I am not putting Tyler Snead back in the pool. I'm going to keep him because I got the need for more Snead. So, Shirley.
Why is that not a shirt yet?
I know.
Well, if only we knew people that had a shirt company.
I mean, either say feed the Sneed or
I kind of
need
like. I got
for
the
Sneed.
Need for Sneed, and it's him and Holton doing the 5.
Yes.
like
Maverick and Goose.
Hey,
I feel
Glenn,
the need.
Are you listening, Glenn?
Are you listening, Glenn?
I got Tyler Sneed. Who do y'all got?
I'll let you go, Chandler.
I'm going to go. I'm not going to take Keaton from you. I took Ryan Jones last week.
Scored a touchdown.
Last time he played in Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, last home game the Pirates had, he had a big day. I'm going to go back to the old well. I'm going to go Ryan Jones.
To the old well. Ryan Jones is the pick. Always fun to have a tight end. Shirley.
You know, it's hard to bet against Keaton Mitchell just because of what he's been able to do all year long, but I am going to go in a completely different route today.
Oh, wow.
I am going to go because sometimes on the biggest stage, you get the biggest stars set up. No, that's not what I said. Stage, not snage.
That's what
stage.
Igo said earlier.
I know. Well, Igloo said snage.
Stephen Igloo.
I'm going to go with C.J. Johnson.
C.J. Johnson.
Stephen Igloo.
C.J. Johnson, last time these two teams met on that field, had a monstrous day.
Yeah, and I just feel like he rises to the occasion on a stage like this, and I hope that I'm correct. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care if I'm right, you're right. I don't care who wins it.
Look, there's no stakes in this thing.
There's no stakes in it. We do it for fun, but for me, I just want to walk out of there with a W, man.
What about the $500 buy-in that we did?
Well, you don't have to worry about it because you never win. Have you won this year?
Yes, I have.
Who'd you
Smarty
have?
Pants.
Rajay?
Yes. I won with Rajay. I can't remember what game that was.
I don't think Dayton was ready for this stage as they are struggling down the stretch. Kansas with a 3-point lead. Stretch. All right, let's get some predictions. Shirley.
I am going to go
Chandler.
No, East Carolina 41.
Yikes.
Cincinnati 38.
Wow.
And I'm going to tell you, how it's going to be done. Because the last 2 weeks we have won on the final game of the final play of the game. In Memphis, we won on a defensive play.
Mm-hmm.
We won on a special teams play.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go this time. We're going to score a touchdown in the final minutes.
Oh, my goodness. Ah, can you believe it?
And I want that Jeff Charles call on Monday.
And Billy Weaver will be rushing the field and be late to the 5th quarter. In fact, all the fans will be late calling in because they'll all be on the field.
Yep.
All right, Chandler.
Pirates play tough today. Dowdy's going to be just as electric as we've seen it in a long time. Pirates come up short, though. I'm going to go Cincinnati 34, Pirates 30. And I think we're going to have a somewhat relaxed call-in show. I think people are going to, call in. I could see people calling in talking about how great the Pirates played. The crowd was great, everything. Let's get ready for a bowl game. So I hope I'm wrong, but I'm going to take Cincinnati today.
I'm going to say Cincinnati stays perfect and stays in the top 4 with a 33-24 victory today at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. Stephen Igo tweeted out a minute ago, Holton Aayers is not walking on senior day. He said earlier this week him walking or not would not necessarily be his final decision on next year, whether to return or not. So just a little nugget there that Holton Aayers did not walk on senior day.
Okay.
So there you go.
And Pat 40 just tweeted out, Bearcats are about to kick off at East Carolina. Dangerous opponent standing between them and a second straight undefeated regular season.
There are a lot of eyeballs on this one from Cincinnati fans, Pirate fans, American fans, but Michigan, Notre Dame, Oklahoma State, all those fans are rooting for the Pirates today to knock off Cincinnati. All right, thanks to you folks for tuning in, being a part of today's show. Also, thanks to Cuccinellas for the awesome pregame meal.
Goodness.
And we got more leftover pizza pie for the sports weekend. Thank you to Cucinella's for that, and for the Italian ice that Shirley Rhodes devoured earlier. Also, thanks to all our guests today, The Voice Jeff Charles, Brian Bailey, Billy Weaver, Brian North, Stephen Igloo, Troy D out of the Pirate Radio Tailgate Zone with Pirate Great Lester Lions, all the coaches, players as well. And this is it for the regular season for the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, but we will have one more for you, a bowl game edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, and we'll be with you after today's game on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show. For the crew here, I am Clip Brock. We'll see you after the game. Go Pirates!
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.